Good morning. Today is April 8th. Excuse me. What's a month here or there? Let's go for May. Today is May 8th, 2024, and the time is now 9 a.m. Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this meeting to order. If you do have cell phones, if you could please silence them at this time, I'd appreciate it. And if you would join us for the pledge and the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me for the invocation. Lord, we just come before you. We thank you for each and every unique citizen that we serve here around this table. We pray for your good providence upon them, your blessing upon them. We thank you for them, and we thank you for each individual's opinion and choices that they make, Lord, that we may work together around this table to get the bureaucracy out of their way, to make it easy for them and to serve them well. In your name, amen.
Amen.
Yes, sir. We'll get a roll call, please.
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Canada,
Here.
Commissioner F,
Present.
County Attorney Dan Slater,
Here.
and Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
Okay, and audience introductions. Let's start with you, Vince. Audience introductions.
Oh.
Yeah, show up.
I want to go to work. I'm Vance Rosenberg, supervisor.
Rich, Custer County Sheriff.
Mike Chesser,
County Commissioners.
Clyde Butler, airport manager.
Bill Christie, citizen.
James Gilbert.
Donna Vogelsong, citizen.
Veronica Nicholson, citizen. Nadine Peterson.
Jim Chaplin.
All right, thank you. We do have online Darla Kenny Scholes. We've got Leo Overcamp, Lisa Heeman, Susan, and we've got our department, the Chief Coleman, online. So if anybody goes to speak later, if you can identify yourself for the record, I would appreciate that as well. Any amendments to the agenda?
No, all I will say is recycling will be a written. And it's an extension will be as well. Did we get a written extension?
Oh, yeah, one would be it.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I get.
And I
No
believe,
amendments.
that treasurer's report will just be written soon as well, correct?
Yeah, no coroner, he's on vacate.
Okay. Approval of the minutes from the two meetings on May 1st.
I move that we accept both of the May 1st, 2024 regular meeting and special meeting.
I'll second it.
Yeah, a motion on the floor to approve the minutes from the regular and special BOCC meetings on May 1st. Any comments? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries. Commissioner items, Commissioner Rep.
So, we have the new vehicle for planning and zoning and the assessor. It's here now. We have the two Jeeps. We're gonna get them both over to Road and Bridge. We're gonna see if we can get the parts. If we can't, we'll have to decide what we wanna do with those. They're both drivable. So we'll need to decide that in the upcoming weeks, what we decide to do with those. IT vehicle has around 160,000 miles on it, and the last, I remember Dan and I talking about, we need new transmission for that. If we really wanna make that roadworthy and kind of leave the county with it. Kind of what I see with the two Liberties, it'd be nice to have a couple fleet vehicles that could satisfy what we need right now for the replacement of the OEM vehicle, since that appears that may not be able to be fixed. It'll just give us some vehicles to use as backups. We could fix those for $5,000 to $7,000. There's no way we can go out and buy a $5,000 to $7,000 vehicle with as few miles as what's on there if we can get the parts, but
Talking about the OEM vehicle only, or which other one?
well, both Liberties. So since we have two Liberties, we can use those as a kind of fleet vehicles. Maybe we decide to get rid of the old Durango, auction that one off. I don't know, so.
I think it's a good idea because, I took some, we'll get to my report here in a minute, but, I got hold of Matt yesterday and we went up to the TV tower, so I could see it, I have him meeting. We'll explain that in a minute, but he talked about several times, needing a vehicle to go somewhere.
Mhm.
Yeah, four-wheel drive, that's a good idea.
So if we could have those two and use those two for different purposes. It'd save us a bunch of mileage that we're paying now for different things, so. Anyway, that's kind of what I have there. And then I'd like to take these staff reports and turn these into a workshop. So that we could deal with, if there's things that we need to deal with staff. We can deal with those during the workshop and not a BOCC meeting, so. Just think about that, think about what you guys will want to do, I'll bring it back up here in about a month. So, or maybe in a couple weeks before we get to June's staff report meeting, so. Think about what you want to do there,
Okay,
that's it.
anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Canada?
Yeah, I just kind of took my hand already, but, we have, channel 13 was gone for several days or a week. I got a lot of complaints. I don't know if you guys got any in addition. And I talked to Vince thought maybe the power's out, but anyway, bit the bullet, went up there with Matt, because. Take a look, and when we get together later, we talked about fixing up another building, for later on. Turns out there was an error and it was picking up, power was fine, everything's good. Sent pictures back to Thin Air and they said, yep, we got a problem, and it's probably related to the fact that the main antenna on the mountain the springs is looking toward the springs primarily, and there's a little bit of fringe out here, so we're picking up the fringe frequency. So it probably needed to be finer tuned. Anyway, he said, I gotta look at it. So he left at 5:30 this morning and met Matt at 8:30, and they're up there fixing it to get it back online. And then we looked at all the equipment's there, for both channels, as you know. So all it needs to be in now is the new antenna for the other piece of that to get channel 11 working. So that, I don't know how long that'll be, but he's gonna give me an estimate on the time to finish that job. But anyway, good news, we'll see if it works today. I don't have a TV. Does anybody have channel normal in here? We can get a report back from somebody that it's turned on here sometime today, I hope.
I don't know, I stopped watching Night Court a long time ago.
As of 7 o'clock,
Yeah.
he wasn't here yet, it was not working, because that's when I got my.
Well,
phone
it wouldn't
call
be
this
working,
morning.
it wouldn't be working,
So-
it'll be working today. He's up there right now fixing the darn thing.
Yeah, one time before, if I may, when I was working with the TV stations, to try to get them to take that over, they had talked about bringing the signal in over the internet. Because there was an ISP in that building,
I don't know.
is that an option now because they were talking that that would be a lot more reliable signal. Not relying on an antenna to bring it in.
We'll have to see, have to talk to them. I don't know what, take a look, I don't know, we're held hostage to other outages, but who knows? Meanwhile, we did look, Matt and I discussed getting you up there with us, and we'll talk about options. I think a good option would be to clean that up. And I don't know who the other, there, we know the Hilltop's in there, who's the other, is there another company in there?
There's shortwave radio in there.
Road and Bridge has the repeater in there, right?
So it's an option to take a look at, as opposed, like we mentioned the other day, maybe a 5x5 building, tough shed, but. Matt was looking at that, that's gonna be pretty easy to clean up, and it's pretty big, air conditioner, it only needs an air conditioner, doesn't need a heater, because the equipment puts enough heat out on it, so.
And we need a generator probably for it too then.
I was under the
Generated,
impression
but-
that building was self-contained.
The one that we have now,
No, the new one.
that's what it will be, it would be and it was gonna be a cabinet. Vince, the reason we're looking at it is because you missed the meeting, was, because of the cost of it, which is fine, we can still do that. It might be simpler and to just refer to the building we've got, possibly on what we need to have Matt look at it and make, get some choices, maybe a tough shed or something else, as opposed to the cabinet. That's still an option. And that, our building's sitting on a concrete, pre-poured, pad already.
So we found out the antenna's bad, so the cost has gone up, basically what the cabinet cost is.
Right,
If we can swap the cabinet cost and just put it in the building we already have. And use that for the new antenna, the wire and antenna going up the tower,
right,
kind of trying to keep the cost the same as what we had.
what the
But
bid was.
it makes sense to clean out the building.
It needs to be cleaned. I
Let's
can't
clean out
believe
any
it.
equipment that we don't need in there, just junk that ends up.
There's some old equipment in there now. I don't know what he did with the old stuff that was in there. It must be stacked up in there. We need to get in there and clean it up.
We don't need to store it in there, I'm sure.
Anyway, that's all I have.
Okay.
We'll get together later.
Sounds good.
So, couple things here. Leslie Mastrani from Skid, reached out. And, I'm gonna reach back out to her and, I think she'd like to give us a presentation. Just kind of what's going on, what they're doing in the area. And what's happening with their broadband and things of that nature.
Yeah,
as well.
she had mentioned that in the email.
So, I'm gonna reach back out to her probably for one of the meetings next month. Is there a preference from you guys by chance on any of those?
Next month.
First or second?
Yeah, probably by the time we get done. I think, her schedule's somewhat full. She's got a couple of Fridays available this month. And, a Tuesday, the 14th, and then a couple of Fridays this month. So I was gonna try to get her on a meeting for just a presentation. Give her a little time there. So I'll reach out just
Good, any
to have her put it on one of those first couple of meetings next month. Then I did get a hold of Charles out of Werfenau County. And he has forwarded to us and to Brittany and Fremont County the link to all the mapping that he had done previously for the weeds. So that will save us a lot of work on that, and Brittany won't have to reinvent the wheel there, trying to get all these weeds mapped. So a big thank you to him for getting that to us. Came in yesterday, as a matter of fact. Then just a quick little note on Bob. I did go by and see him at the end of last week. I'd say up and around, but it was down and around. I guess he was in the recliner. But looked like he was doing fairly decent and, so hoping to, get back in some form of fashion a little later this month, depending on what kind of strength and how quick he comes around and stuff like that, so. But, very happy to see him out and,
Yeah, he sounds strong. He called me out of the clear blue sky. Just checking in, and talking about things. And told me that, he wants to work. I can't believe it, the 15th, he's available. And possibly via Zoom or dialing in and stuff, or working with us on some of these issues that we've got. He sounded great. Said he doesn't remember anything.
Yeah, I would say, let's keep him working from home at least this month, if he decides, I mean, let's leave that up to him and his family and his doctor, but.
I was surprised he said he was ready by the 15th.
yeah, I wouldn't want to bring him back too quick,
Nope.
too hard. Make sure.
Guy didn't want to come in necessarily.
No.
Make sure he takes care of him, so he can continue to heal on us, so that. That would be priority number one, I think.
Did Fremont County sign the IGA?
Yes, they have signed the IGA, and Brittany will be getting with us, shortly on. Basically costs
Okay.
and things of that nature, and I believe, part of the grant that she has is that she will be coming up with a third-party sprayer, and I've got to get with Reggie as well on that, in regards to the college student that we have up here that wants to shadow.
Yep.
So,
Sounds good.
all right. That's all I have. Do you have anything for us, sir?
I do not.
Do you have? any?
I do. I wanted to bring up that proclamation that you guys did last week. And you were changing it from the day for recognizing the day to just recognizing going forward. So when I went to amend this, there's a whole paragraph that is gonna have to come out of there. Because it
References the,
references, every year they have a theme and it references the theme for this year. And you didn't really discuss that when you made your motion and all that. So I didn't know what you wanted to do. I didn't want to just take the paragraph out.
well, it's our proclamation
It's generally a yearly proclamation. Would we be willing to go back and basically redo it the way it was in its original form?
Absolutely.
Because it's made every year.
Leave it the way it was. Or the way it
is.
had been.
Had been.
So I would probably entertain a motion to approve that proclamation in its original format.
So moved.
I would second that as well. So we do have a motion on the floor to approve that proclamation in its original format. Any further discussion on that? No. Okay. I would ask for public comment on that as well. That's on the National Day of Prayer. Is what that one is. Seeing none. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries.
I will print a new one and then give it to you guys to sign.
Thank you, Kevin.
Anything else, You,
No.
anything from you, sir?
No, sir, not at this time.
All righty. That'll take us to the elected officials report. You are up, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Just trying to read your new patch.
Scuba diving.
Okay.
Team. So the people who are on the sheriff's scuba diving team can wear a patch on one sleeve, that signifies that. My report, we still continue to struggle with 911 misdials. And I believe we had 30 or 40 of those. And it's tough because you don't want to say, oh, we're not going to go to them, because one of those could turn out to be a real thing. And we've had also in that first quarter 34 animal incidents, and one of note happened last week on Keepsake Loop, and a neighbor called and wanted a deputy to check the status of some livestock, and the deputy went up there and found dead or dying livestock. And the deputy was so concerned, he actually called the fire department to see if they could bring water up just to water the animals that were there. And we got a court order and came back the next day with Humane Society and Department of Agriculture and seized a bunch of livestock. And one of those had to be humanely euthanized off-site by their veterinarian. Well, Dr. Brown, the public health doctor, sent me an email yesterday that said he considers one or more carcasses that are on that property be a public health hazard. So I sent that over to planning and zoning, but we're basically stuck because the carcasses are out there, and the sheriff's office doesn't have the equipment to bury it, and it's on private property. So I assume we have to get a court order or something. But that continues to be in play until we can get those buried. I did talk to Vince, but we can't use the county resources for this public or this private landowner. Over the first quarter, we had 67 burn permits, assisted on 78 medical calls. And we have really done a good job of using the automated defibrillators. And in one of those calls, typically if a person is having a heart attack, you do CPR on them, you hook the machine up, the machine will test and then see if there's a shockable rhythm. And then we do that 3 times. And then after that, the medical protocol would be to cease efforts. But we had one where we did it 21 times. And so that wears out the batteries. And then some of the AEDs are old and you can't get the right batteries for them or anything. And so I did have some funds internally and I bought some more AEDs, but I am going to go to the community and try to do fundraising to get AEDs so that every police vehicle will have one. And we can typically get to medical emergencies quicker than the ambulance can. One thing of concern is we had 6 motor vehicle thefts, and at least 2 of those, the citizen had a vehicle with a push button start and a key fob, but they made a habit of leaving the key fob in the car. And so typically if you have a key fob and you put it in the car and you have another key fob, you can't lock it. And then anyone who gets in the car can hit the button and drive off. And that happened at least twice here recently. Yesterday was our first day for our new computer system to go live. And the name of that system is Tyler, and it provides 2 functions. One is computer aided dispatch, CAD, and the other one is RMS, records management systems. And so we were required to switch to that as part of being part of FreeCom, because all the FreeCom agencies will be there. And I know the fire chief is on as well. And it is a fantastic software with a lot of capability. And so I actually have an app running on my phone, and you can physically see where our officers are in Custer County. And then there's a little, in fact, the fire chief vehicle, you can see where that is. And then any calls that come up. And then if a deputy is, they just come on duty, they can see everything that's going on and then click. And then Vernon worked to bring our GIS stuff over to this new computer system, and it gives you good directions. And that's one thing that you kind of struggle with, County Road XYZ somewhere and typing it the correct way into the map. And Susan Barnes, the undersheriff, has done a tremendous job over the last year. She's been our project manager for that in addition to her other duties. And right when they pulled the trigger, the state computer system went down for 3 days, which is what we run the license plates and warrants and different things on. And so they said that the state got that working this morning. And so we're doing some last minute tweaks to get those things to talk. I did order the bulletproof glass that we talked about in the last meeting for human services. The vendor came up to make his own measurements, and the DHS asked for a modification, and they want something known as a deal tray. And so many of their customers don't have to go into the room, and so you can slide your paperwork under. So he accommodated that. And they also wanted a hole cut into the glass in the middle with so that you can speak. And they also wanted an intercom so that as soon as I get the final price, I'll send it to you, but it'll be slightly higher than we discussed. We'd also discussed installing a security and fire alarm system. And it's not technically a fire alarm system because we don't have fire suppression capabilities in there, but it will at least let us know if there's smoke in different areas of the building 24 hours a day, and it goes through a dispatch service.
It's detection and alarm, but not suppression.
Correct. And they've been working on that all week. We started the month with full staffing, and we have one guy who's starting this month who comes to us post-certified. Detentions is down one gentleman, and Brian King was often the guy who did security in here. And he was getting paid $25 an hour, roughly 50,000 a year. And he transferred to Nebraska, and they're going to start him out at $100,000 a year in their Department of Corrections. And I understand that Colorado Corrections is also struggling with overtime, so he was able to take advantage of that. We do have one experienced police officer who's on a waiting list that would like to work here if we have an opening, so that's a good spot to be in. And next year, we'll definitely need to look at raising deputy pay to stay competitive, because the things, it's always creeping up. One thing that I did do is I added 2 sworn reserve deputies, and so they have full police powers, unlike the posse, which are slightly limited. And so the reserve deputies will only get paid for the time we need them, and I'll use them like on the busy days for the rodeo, or like if a deputy's on sick or vacation. In fact, one of those guys is scheduled to take over for our court security bailiff, who's going to be out for some surgery in the fall.
So we have just 2, or is there more?
So there's only 2 at the minute, and both of them come in with more than 20 years experience. So it's
And they're not part of the posse.
They're not part of the posse, so they're considered a full deputy, but they're part-time, so they won't be getting benefits through us. They're both retired from other law enforcement jobs. I'm really happy with the mental health system that we've implemented, and we've had 4 mental health call outs. And so that's 24 hours a day. We can call out a PhD who's a licensed clinician and talk to people who are having a crisis. And in the past, we haven't had that resource. And then our tool is this thing called the M1 hold, where the deputy's kind of like, oh, there's something wrong with you. And we take you to the hospital, and the hospital doesn't want to help them. And so our clinician can actually call and get the person an inpatient bed. In some cases, that's what they need. And so at least one of those patient calls, I understand, is now undergoing counseling. So I think we correctly identified a person in need in our community. We got them the help they need, and hopefully that will prevent future issues. It's important to clarify on that even though this is a grant run by the sheriff's office, all the patient confidentiality rules still apply. And so I just, so that we're not going to use the PhD to go try to interrogate a prisoner or something. He's solely there for the prisoner, and he has to abide by the state law that he has to protect their confidentiality. We have been struggling on vehicles. And in fact, on the last parade that we had last year, we didn't have enough vehicles to block all the intersections for the parade. We did order 2 new vehicles roughly a year ago, and they said we're supposed to get those by the end of the summer. And I talked to the Pueblo sheriff, and he's going to donate 2 police cars to us that have been miled out from their side. So that will help me
forever, or just for the parade?
Forever, yeah. But they're older cars, so we are still focusing on doing what we call.
So you gotta paint them, change them, you gotta do much work on that.
They're the same things the fire department got to. So they came to the fire department black and white Tahoes, and then we'll probably just leave them black and then put a white sheriff sticker on it. And it comes with the lights and sirens. we're still doing town patrols and county patrols, and so that's where members of the posse are on foot interacting with the citizens in the community, and also driving up and down every drivable road in the county and interacting with the citizens as well. And then I'll end up on the last thing is our donations are slightly down for the posse, and the posse really needs those donations to keep serving the community. We have done a good job on getting donations for the dive team, and then we have not got donations to keep the mounted posse going. And so I hope to get some support from the community on those. And then my fundraising effort for this summer is to add more AEDs to replace some that are non-repairable, or to at least get one in every police car. And that's my report. Do you guys have any other questions?
How short are you in AEDs on the vehicles?
I'd have to check. So we did have a vendor come out to see like if they could rebuild them or refurbish them, and so we'll get a final number, but it'll probably end up needing to get 4 or 5.
Cause I thought at one time you had one in every vehicle.
We did.
But they're
Yeah.
just aging out.
And then they gave us some advice that they said that we leave the AED in the car all the time, so it hits the hot and cold, and they said it's not good for the batteries. And so in some cases, the batteries have failed, and then the vendor doesn't make them anymore after a certain time frame.
We need one person, one entity within the county to look at AEDs, get a vendor that plans on being around for longer than a year. And then bulk buying. I mean, we're buying 2 here,
Yeah.
4 here, 3 here, 1 here.
So
Well,
I've got
and
that
we're
Yeah.
paying too much of a price.
Then the public health agency is supposed to be the guru of AED.
Yeah, we had tasked them,
That, and they
the
need to
public health
coordinate it
to
all.
do that.
And that would take it off your plate as well as.
Was there a reason they weren't including them, Rich?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know.
So, yeah, just give.
But we had 3 saves last year, so 3 people in Custer County would have died if a deputy had.
No, it has to have.
So yes.
So I think going back to what Lucas was saying, if you were to have public health come on in, and I think they were tasked with that, and as well as bringing it all down to just one type of unit. And then if we had a couple of spare batteries or 3 spare batteries, they would be able to keep those, and they would fit every unit in the county.
That'd be ideal.
So I guess what I'm gonna say is our ask probably would be if you could get with public health and maybe coordinate with them and maybe go ahead and, because they have vendors that they've been working with and been getting some better deals.
Okay.
If that works for you,
Absolutely.
we'd greatly appreciate that.
And I think we should look at places where people congregate, like this room should probably have an AED in it. And certainly, I think we have some in the courthouse. But if, like you said, if we got the same machine, the same battery, the same pads, and the pads dry out roughly after a year, and you gotta put.
Yeah.
That was the intent, and they did a good job when they took it out to the airport briefing, public health.
Yeah, landfill and all that. And having one here, you know, if one of your deputies uses it and we don't have a spare one, they can come grab it off the wall and they're the first responder out there. We can replace the one here after the fact. So.
Well, our new computer system actually has the capability to track where the AEDs are. And so if a private citizen such as a restaurant or church, Adam, I know several churches do, then if someone called and said, I'm in church XYZ and there's a heart attack, they can say, oh, in that church, there's a AED in this hall, and the dispatcher can actually take you right to it.
So not only can the deputies not hide and take a nap, now the ADs can't
That's
either, right?
It also tells you how fast they're driving too.
Ah, that's a good app.
Is that you?
So,
Most of the time too fast.
I got a couple follow-ups you guys done.
Not good.
On the health hazard thing. You know, Board of Health has to care, and I mean, we have to care, and so I'm gonna ask Dan, what do we have to do in order to get a backhoe out there of ours and bury it, if the owner can't do it?
I got probably the same email yesterday from Dr. Brown, and I just haven't had a chance to look at that.
Yeah, so I talked to him about it.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but That's,
And-
I
and
literally
As
just.
long as
wrote
it's
that
rotting
down.
away out there, pretty soon it's not gonna be a hazard.
But a neighbor called yesterday to complain and said it's
Probably
bloated.
smell, yeah, well, sure it did.
I mean, if it's a nuisance, there is a nuisance statute that we could use to alleviate the nuisance.
But what makes it a hazard? Is it? Ranches.
But as,
always
as I
have dead
understand from the
bodies.
email, he's concerned about runoff getting into water supply or something. I don't know.
I haven't seen, I don't know what the topography is.
They're at the top, that piece of property is at the top, yeah, yes, it is.
Takes a backhoe to do it, by burying a lot of horses.
And then Dr.
Don't
Brown,
bury the cows, but.
he asked me to bury it 6 feet deep. That would be the ideal distance. I don't know anything about it, but
So we don't have any cooperation from the property owner to do that, I guess.
so I don't think the property owner has the resources to.
Well,
I think cooperation is different than resources, I think, right?
Right,
We're
yeah, I
asking-
mean,
Well, if it's a
what's the
hazard,
reason why we can't use county equipment to do that? To help public health, if we have the cooperation of the.
If you guys give me the okay, I'll haul the backhoe up there. It's up to you guys.
I mean, if we've got public health saying it's a health hazard, is that the cooperation of the landowner? I don't know why we wouldn't just,
my position.
Yeah, I think we would okay that. Sir,
How bad is it? Can we bring it to the landfill? I mean, what's the deal? Load it up and bring it to the landfill?
Could do that, I don't know what's cheaper. Doesn't
I
matter.
don't know, but we've got that animal bit, so. I mean,
Yeah, you did.
so do you know how many animals are involved?
At least two.
What is it, 2 horses, a horse and a cow?
I
Or
believe
what?
a horse and a donkey.
so yeah, I mean, whatever legal process we would use would just end up with forcing the landowner to cooperate with us and doing any.
Okay, and that'll take a
things.
long time to take to blow them out.
And if he or she is already cooperating,
I think they would.
we're skipping that step of having to get the lawyer involved.
But
Much less the courts.
do we set something though that now all of a sudden every citizen go, well, I can just do this, and the county's gonna come.
Right.
Take care of it for us. And then pretty soon we're doing it for 12 people a year instead of.
And that doesn't mean they can't necessarily bill them for, the landfill.
Very true, very true.
I think that's the thing.
Just asking.
So I guess if you wanna make sure we have cooperation from the landowner or something, and then get with Road and Bridge and. I'd say you have our official okey dokey to,
Thanks for bringing it up, Brian.
to haul and or bury. It'd probably be easier just to load it up and haul it out there.
If it's, I'm not trying to be gross, but if it's been there for a while, I'm trying to pick this. I'm a rancher, I know what happens.
They break open.
It's gonna be a mess. It's better just,
Very.
where they're at.
Okay. So.
Either way,
We could leave that up to your discretion.
how many days has it been?
So it happened last week, but when the deputy first arrived, there was 1 or more dead animals. Had been there.
Already there?
Already there, yeah.
Awesome.
So. Yeah. So I guess we'll leave that up to your discretion as to
Well, I'll
whether
get with the
They're in
sheriff
place, yeah.
and we'll get a time and we'll get a piece of equipment up there.
okay.
You have
Thank
to
you.
use a load, back with a loaded anyway,
Or loader.
or take a loader, but you wouldn't take a loader up there.
All right.
Hey, you could have a choice, you can take over that and see what you wanna do.
We'll just do it on site.
You said you had 2 things?
Yeah, another one is, Rich has been spending money to repair things, and, I've just came up when I was talking to Matt too. So Matt had things he had scheduled he probably wouldn't have done if he'd have known, meaning dust and other things got, and I don't know if you talked to Matt about it.
Yeah.
So actually, it seems to me that when we hire something to be done, whatever, we're involving Matt usually, right? We're gonna get bids on things. And it was nice of you to volunteer, and then we got, I don't know if it was in your budget anyway or not, but if it wasn't, if it was our expense for the glass, for example. We should pay for it, right?
So I believe you guys are paying for the glass
Okay.
and then I have the grant to pay for the alarm.
Okay, you got the grant, and then how about the armored plywood?
So I'm still seeking bids for that.
So whose job is it to coordinate it, say it's all.
Well, he started it,
Yeah,
so.
that was good to start, but. I guess everybody in the county needs to understand, I think, in the departments, that Matt's at everybody's disposal. If there's a problem.
I didn't.
Well, he wasn't at.
Not to do that.
Right, but, and that wasn't, I mean, he was taking care of, he
Oh,
necessarily wasn't
that's
taking
right.
care of the sheriff's building. So,
Yeah,
right, and we've added that onto that.
I'm just making
his role.
the statement that here's what it should be.
Right, the thing of it is then we've gotta go, what's priority, right? Because otherwise he's got 15 department heads that are going, my thing
You know,
is first,
But that's
right?
true in any case, so because you're right, somebody has to decide what you do first, whatever is the biggest leak or the biggest problem
Right.
has to be fixed first, just like you do in your house.
Right, absolutely. But it can't be 15 people making that decision. It has to
No,
be
that's right. It has to be a person that's somebody get it from that, somebody got coordinated.
So
And then if he's
but I
confused,
will bring
then he
him.
can come to us and say, what's your higher priority here?
Yeah.
A leak in this building or a leak in this one?
Right.
Right. Or whatever.
Yeah. But the alarm had to be installed before June 30th, which we'll easily make to keep this.
No, nobody's arguing
Right.
about the schedule. Sure.
Yeah, and there are certain things that wouldn't necessarily go through Matt. And this here
That's
was a
right.
special situation, the alarm not so much, but the glass and all that, we took care of here. And at that time, we knew you were gonna take the lead on that, so.
That's fair. Just we need to probably bring Matt up to speed because he was starting something else.
I'll do that. One thing about the bulletproof glass, and someplace I worked before also had it. Even though it's bulletproof, you can still break it or crack it in the install. So in this case, the glass vendor is doing the install, and that way it's on them and not
Absolutely right.
us if something happens.
Okay, cool.
Anything else?
Thank you much.
Rich, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got a question in the gallery here.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sheriff, what did the horse and donkey die
I believe kind of like malnutrition or no water.
of? Or was the owner charged?
There's a criminal investigation going on right now with the community society. And the animal investigations are complex, and I signed a MOU with the Humane Society. And so they send a trained person up here and he works with our deputies every step of the way. And then they report that to a veterinarian and whatnot, but yes, the person will be charged with a crime.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good day. Thank you.
Okay, we all have a copy of the Raider's report.
Mhm.
Virginia will not be here today.
Why don't you read it out?
What's that?
You want to make the statement? How do you want to present it?
I was gonna let us look through it and see if we had any questions on it to begin with here. And in answer to the question, there were no anomalies.
I have a question. Does someone mind reading it out loud so that we know what is being considered?
I will make a copy available here. There's quite a bit on that to be reading out.
That's a spreadsheet, just giving you a balance of what we're considering. Broken. So it looks like it started off with $10,838,151.24, and we ended up with a balance of $8,577,408.03.
The self-insurance fund, is at a negative 160. It's building back up because that's a front end loaded cost.
Right.
We used to front end load that fund and we will be, we've got another $202,000 coming back from the state property tax that we're gonna transfer into that fund to make that fund complete and then back in the black. And then what'll end up happening is it'll build up through the year and we'll make our big self-insurance payments at the beginning of 25, February of 25. That'll draw that down and then it'll start building back up, but it'll stay in the black now because we'll keep it front end loaded. So that's what's going on there. The little bit of the negative in the airport was some stuff got appropriated to the wrong accounts, so that'll be back where it's supposed to be in upcoming months, so.
Okay,
So how much was on the airport account that received grant?
I don't have the exact numbers right now. And that is from March. And we're into May already.
That was my next question. Why are we so far behind?
They've never been in the red ever, and then they had a hard time getting the receipts, the accounts receivable from the fuel sales to match up with when the deliveries were made and paid. Clyde, do you know anything more than that? Then JC said there was a whatever, I don't know where the mistake was it in CIC or some entry that got put in the wrong place by somebody?
In CIC, yeah, absolutely correct.
So
the fuel situation was taken care of.
was taken care of, that's right.
In answer to your question, Veronica, the reason we're this far out is because the situation, we're always running a month to a month and a half in arrears on these reports because of the way that Virginia has to deal with the state and getting everything back. We are always this far behind on these reports.
So this is the report ending 3/31 as opposed to where we are. I move we accept the report as presented.
I'll second.
Motion on the floor to approve the monthly treasury report for the month of March. Any further discussion here?
None for me, sir.
Okay. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries.
That's the one you signed.
Thank you. I got it right side up.
Thank you.
May I ask one last question, please? If we know that there's an error on the report, why did we approve it?
There is not an error on the report. The error is that what it is showing is that
What is showing is actual. What the negatives are is because of other processes and procedures that have happened within CIC.
That have been fixed, but haven't, because it's a month behind.
They weren't fixed on March 31st, that makes sense.
Correct. And the 160 still hasn't been fixed because we don't have the 202,000 yet from the state, so.
okay. That will take us to our staff reports. Vince, you're up, sir.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Shake your hand.
Okay, my crusher guy's gonna be 30 days late. He's had breakdown problems, so we're running out of gravel, so we're gonna have to stop gravel on the roads. Unless we can dig some up off the pit floor. Let's see what else. I'm getting complaints about our asphalt falling apart. I tell you, people that's calling in, it's too cold. We can't patch the asphalt yet till it warms up. So they understand. So as soon as it warms up, Scott and I will get started on blade patching the asphalt roads.
I filled a few of those as well, and I forward everything I get to you,
Yeah.
I think.
And I did hire a new person this week. Scott and I did. She started Monday. So she's a truck driver, is what she does, and she can operate some heavy equipment. So she's on. I did put an ad in for a part-time mechanic because Dan's kind of getting swamped every once in a while. So hopefully we'll get somebody to come in and do that.
Is that the guy you hired, the one that brought an app by here?
No,
Okay.
I have to talk to him yet. And then I need you guys' opinion and the lawyer's opinion. I'm having trouble with USIC. They're a locator that does CenturyLink up here in fiber. I put my tickets in April 16th, April 19th for the county roads that we're gonna mag in June. I tried explaining to the managers of the local managers that if I have to cancel these mag trucks in June, it could be 2 months before they can show back up. Then it's too late. We're looking at July and August, maybe September. And it doesn't seem to get any urgency on their part to get my one calls done. They have 3 days to get a one call done and they're not getting them completed. I need you guys' permission and the lawyer's advice. If they don't get these one calls done on these stretches of road, do I have you guys' permission to go in there and start working them? And if I hit a phone line or a fiber, it's on USIC, not road and
That's
bridge.
what the statute says, they have 2 business days to respond. And if they don't respond within 2 business days, then you can proceed with the work. And we aren't liable for damage caused in that instance.
Okay,
So from a legal perspective, I think you're fine.
okay. Cause we're gonna go ahead and start because we're getting behind waiting on them. As far as the power company, they're great. So they get them done on a timely manner.
I would agree with Dan, and I think I've told you that when we talk, give them their allotted time. I know you've been allowing them extra time here and there on some cases, but they're still not getting them done. I think if you go in and start working as soon as you're legal to do that, if you end up getting a line or two and they have to pay for it, they'll start getting here and they'll start doing that, in a timely fashion.
I know I talked to a upper than what's here locally to a manager yesterday on the phone. And I did state that. I says, well, I'm gonna start working on them. And if we hit a phone line or fiber, then I guess you'd be talking to our county lawyer and you guys' lawyer. And because I said, we gotta get going.
Just make sure you document when you make that, request for the locate.
And who they ought to be talking to, their budget guy to pay it.
Yeah, well, I have documentation on the locates on my
Yeah.
computer.
Just we need to make sure we can back that up.
Yeah, they're all on my, and I got copies of every locate in the file on every road. On that section of road.
That's what I'll need.
Okay.
Hopefully that's what I won't need.
And then Seneca on the fuel system is supposed to be up here this month to start working on it.
They're a little behind too.
They couldn't get parts.
For the new system?
Mhm.
Doesn't give me the warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, you just had trouble getting parts.
Okay, okay.
And then that's it. For me,
Thank you for going down and helping Paul down there, getting those trees taken care of on 387. Appreciate that.
hey,
Thank you, sir.
questions?
You talked about the speed through that pit road.
Yes, we need that's, I forgot to bring it up. My concern is we got fuel down there. Which is kind of hidden, but it's not. We got equipment down there. If you guys could kind of just, I don't, and these people are not MSHA trained. They can't be in our open pit, and if we can make sure they know that they can't be down in that pit.
Okay, I'll talk
And
to
then
the
the speed limit, there's a speed limit sign up there and they're flying through there.
Okay. I'll talk to the sheriff's department, yes, the extension. And. Fair board.
And then
Any other entity that.
I asked Kevin if he could give me a list of kind of a date when they're gonna be in there, because the other day that I went up Sunday up Rosita for some private stuff and that gate was open. And this was 8 o'clock in the morning, so I don't know if anybody was in there or not.
Yeah, we don't wanna leave that open if nobody's down in there. Okay.
So have you got your signs that you were ordering, speed signs, animal signs, child playing signs? Remember we need.
Yeah, they're on order. I'm just waiting for them to get here.
Been a long time.
It takes them forever.
Can't get parts.
Can't get parts. Can't get the little labels that go on the sides.
Yeah, I've been asking, summer's coming and then tourists are getting faster.
Yeah.
Buying people.
Hey, Ben. Did you talk to John Rusher at all? About them cows?
Yes,
Heard
I
about-
did. I talked to John Sunday
There's about 9 more out right now.
and he said that he cannot do anything because there was 200 head of elk.
Right.
And
Yeah, I
I
know.
keep tearing the fence down, so he's not worried about it, more or less.
Okay, well, I'll just keep letting them in, I guess.
Free grazing on the,
You know, I've let that one cow, I don't know, I mean, 3 times. I mean, they know where to go. They just open the gate.
You know how to get out.
They go where the grass is green, that's where they go.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah. no problem. They're probably down by the landfill right
and
now.
then back to the animal thing. So if you guys, when I get with the sheriff, I'm just gonna put him on site up there. If that's all right, with the health department, I can dig 6 feet down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate you taking that on, but yeah, we got our official okey dokey on that.
How many acres is it, do we know? Do we have a resolution on how close to the boundary we can bury a carcass?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Just keep it in the middle of the place.
There's no regulation.
I know we don't.
100 people say.
Normal setback. Vince, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm assuming that Bob didn't zoom in today. Yeah. So that will take us to planning and zoning.
I know I didn't get my report to you, so I apologize.
What are they?
Morning. Morning.
I think good.
Morning, sir. Morning. Give it to you now. Really, the biggest thing is we're seeing it's starting to pick up in our office. It's not to the level that it was last year, yet, but down from last year. Threw away my copy, I guess, so I'm gonna wing it.
We got two there.
Oh, okay, that's right. So far this year, we've done, or last month, we did 5 site reviews, septic inspections, I guess I should say. 11 special conferences. We've had a lot of questions, individuals wanting to set up meetings about what they need to do to proceed with an SUP. So we've been meeting with a lot of different individuals. We have 2 that are looking at putting campsites, one out at Lake Dewey's and one's closer down by Wetmore. So we've been meeting with those individuals, getting that process started so that we can move the SUPs forward. We did 5 compliance inspections, 1 violation review, and issued 1 septic contractor test. We have several individuals from other counties are coming up and taking our test so that they can help with or take jobs up here for the septic installation. So that is picked up. We have quite a few contractors listed on our list, and it seems like every month we're adding to that, so. Definitely gives the public an opportunity to choose, different individuals if that's what they would like to do to put in their septic. We issued 3 septic permits this month compared to 16 last year. Our dwelling permits are down 10, from 4 this year compared to 14 last year during this month. Accessory buildings, we did 4 compared to 19 last year. Our total zoning permits, we did 8 and we did 33 last year. So definitely a big decrease in what we're seeing. The income obviously will be down because our permits that we're selling are down. So we're at 26,610.24 compared to $72,038.70 last year for the zoning permits. And everything overall is down. You can see our total income this year so far is $53,152.71. And last year we were at $133,680. So overall, it kind of looks like we'll have to watch it month to month, see if the trend continues and building is slowing across the board.
Just that general slowdown, or is that because we had some late storms or? what?
It's hard to track. I've tried looking at the past years to see if there's a definite trend. There's a trend obviously from winter to summer. But I haven't been able to figure out a month-to-month trend, and weather definitely does make a difference. And we did have a few good snowstorms last month, so I'm sure that has something to do with it. First of all, I'd like to say thank you. We got the vehicle. I really wanted to express my thanks and everything that you guys did to make that happen. I know it's not an easy thing to come up with the money always at that particular moment, but there was definitely a need, and I wanted to say thank you for making that happen. For you, I believe that the one issue that we have that's coming up at the end of the month, I believe we have court.
Yes.
I have been told, not from the direct party, but from a family member, that they did remove that camper from the lot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna reach out to them. I have the phone number of 2 of the individuals, direct phone numbers. I'm gonna reach out to them today and I will let you know. I'm gonna ask them for pictures.
Well, yeah, or maybe you can take some time to go out there before.
I can go out. Yeah, I can definitely make a point to go out
And then
there.
if we decide it's fine, we can dismiss the case,
Okay,
if that's what you want to do.
there may need to be some cleanup. On the
I'm
land. I'll have to take a look.
sure Judge Halpin will be appreciative of that for your day now.
Yeah. So I just wanted to let you know about that. So that was, hopefully it all ends up working out.
Yes, I know that we got a call from, so I guess there's 3 owners of the property. Technically,
Yes.
one of them is deceased. I got a call from a lawyer in the Springs who belatedly was opening an estate for the deceased person to try to help
Okay,
from that end with the property.
okay. Yeah, because I think that person was the overall of that, so.
Yeah.
I do have a few things that I'd like to bring up. I noticed, and I haven't had a chance to really look into it. There was a special event permit that you guys voted on. I don't know how you voted. I just noticed it was on a past agenda recently. I did not see that special event application come through my office. I think sometimes,
That was for me.
That's for,
It was for liquor.
not a liquor license.
oh, okay,
2 different things.
okay. I didn't know. I'm glad I should have came
Are
down.
you opening a liquor store over there?
No, sir. No, I don't need that on my plate. And then, the role of the sanitarian. I just want to say in some cases, we need to make sure that we keep everybody involved, or maybe we need to put a process together for the sheriff's office and my office to say, when do you call this individual into this issue? Because now it's being brought to me and I haven't been brought into the loop at all. So, I would just like to say that maybe we need to put some of this in writing, and I guess,
So it happened over the weekend, that's when Dr. Brown put it out, or when did it happen? So
I don't.
we all
I
got
didn't
the
get a
notice about the
report,
same
so I don't
time.
know.
Yeah,
I mean, I didn't get a formalized report,
so
so.
nobody did.
and it's just kind of like, what
What
we
we went
used
up there
to,
on a call, I guess, is how it happened, I'm not sure.
somebody called it in. I don't have all the specifics either. But I guess now I'm being asked to step in and help and, you know, do something, and I haven't been part of that
When they asked
through
you,
the whole thing. I was asked what, to come up and take care of it from a planning and zoning standpoint and it's not really planning and zoning,
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
sanitarian role, but if I'm not involved from the beginning, it's kind of hard to go out there and start doing something or taking care of something. Sounds like you guys have it covered. Thank you.
sounds like it just happened though.
I understand that, but there was
right.
an initial investigation. There was agencies brought in. If I'm gonna be part of that, I need to be part of it from the beginning, in my
Well,
opinion.
it sounds like we need to have the sheriff, Dr. Brown with public health and you get together and formalize.
That's what I'm saying.
Cause I don't know who called the USDA, but that was in Rich's report, right?
Mhm.
So that happened with the sheriff and on the call they made, so I don't know, that's a good question.
And it's kind of like with a house fire. I didn't know I needed to go out there and make an assessment on that property. There's some things that maybe if we could put some processes together, I think it would make us all more successful.
So it's a
That's
good
all I'm
idea,
saying.
get with Rich and the fire department.
Yep. All I'm saying.
Good.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. You're welcome.
You good? You need to-
No, I'm good.
Come on up, Clyde.
Airport, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Clyde Butler, the airport manager.
Thanks. We have an airport.
Welcome.
Sorry. Okay. April was another slow month. As far as fuel sales go, do you guys need to hear that?
Well, if you got it written down somewhere.
Sure. We didn't purchase any fuel in the month of April. We sold 284 gallons. Fuel left on hand, we have 4,270 gallons, and that's an accurate number this time. And our fuel revenue was $1,465. Fuel price right now is still $5.35, but we're probably gonna have to go up on that sometime this month. Not very much, but a little bit. We're still using the first new filter, but that has to be changed this month because they're required to be changed once a year. And the differential pressure is good. We have 2 new filters in stock. And something else that I need to bring up. I spoke with Charles Schulweiler, the quality control tech, who supports our quality fuel quality. And he's the one who was supposed to be putting together a new filter system to replace the old one, which was supposed to be going out of service, but so far it hasn't. And the reason for that is because the replacement filter that they were starting to manufacture, they found some kind of problem with it and it can't go into service. It can't be used. So we've been told to continue using the old filters that we have now, the same system we have now. And I don't know how long that's going to be until they get their problem fixed, I guess. So it's perfectly good system. It's been in service forever. So I see no problem with that. Vernon changed the airport's physical address, but it still hasn't been changed on the website.
I'll talk to him about that.
Okay. Our AWAS is functioning normally. Preventative maintenance was done on the 29th of April and it was inspected and preventative maintenance was done. It's working fine. The weather cams provided by the FAA are working normally. They're in good shape and working. I finally received the 2 new windsocks I needed and I got them installed on the 28th of April. I still have 2 new windsocks I could supply to someone who could use a 24-inch windsock. I noticed that the one on the EMT building looks like it's smaller than that. The runway and taxiway painting date still has not been set. Heather Tom at Armstrong Engineering has been in contact with pavement maintenance services forever. She exchanged emails with all of us anyway. PMS hasn't answered. So we don't know yet when they're going to schedule a date to paint the runway and the taxiways. It's serviceable now, but it's not very good looking.
So they haven't agreed to what their final payment's gonna
No,
be.
they have not agreed to that either. So I don't know what the next step is there.
Monkeys on their back.
Yeah,
They don't have any money we haven't paid them. So.
no. Like I said, it's serviceable. It's just not as pretty as it could be. And we had the electric lines and the telephone lines marked out to the location on the airport where we're going to put in the jet fuel pump. And so when that's ready to start digging anytime we want. As far as our airport equipment goes, the skid steer is fully functional. The tractor is fully functional. It has a new battery in it now, so it starts. We have a lawnmower that still needs to be fixed, and the airport board has decided to spend the money to fix the mower we have. So I'll get those parts ordered and fix it. Both courtesy cars are fully functional, except that the Yukon still needs fuel gauge repaired. And that's about it, unless you guys have some questions.
The security cameras, was that installed by RIT?
Yeah.
Or, okay, I'll talk to Vernon about that as well.
I know Vernon's been awfully busy, so I haven't been putting too much pressure on trying not to.
I could put it on Jordan or something.
Matt would be glad to if Vernon would let him. I don't know if Vernon wants to turn that over to Matt or not.
We'll see what happens. But we'll address it.
I got a question about the trash at the airport. Are we disposing of that free at the landfill?
I hope so.
Lots?
If I bring it out there, I mean, it's county trash.
Well, I just wasn't sure, that's all.
Yeah,
Same as the trash here, I guess.
Yeah.
How it's handled.
Well, trash here-
No, I know,
Trash here is we pay
we
for.
pay the pick, put a pickup on it.
I have to haul it and I don't mind doing that, but
That's fine with me, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. That's all.
Good point.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'll let James know.
okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I got an update for you and you can pass along, on the tanker. Talked to, the guy that's actually in charge of getting them down here. It's been delayed. They are going up. They don't have as many available. They're trying to figure out how to handle, where they're gonna base them. still, the deal's still on, they're not sure when they're gonna pick it up, but they're picking up the and they're hauling them down as opposed to driving them down, so we don't have to worry about it.
Okay,
Stay tuned, we'll see, it's gonna take some time before they, figure out when and how we're gonna get one, if in fact we're gonna get one.
okay, so still good to
Still
get one?
Good to go, yeah, right
Good.
now. That may change their minds depending on how they take a look at the ones that they took possession of two helicopters and the tankers that are there and they're bringing them down, so. We'll see how they decide and they're checking them out. So we'll see how many they deem are reliable enough, and they're all reliable, but they got not a lot of mileage on them and, but some time, so we'll see.
You would guess sometime within the next few months then?
No later than 2 months from that, the way I got them right.
Okay,
They like the idea of basing it here because of the fires and the medical emergencies we get.
you know, I'm looking forward to that. That'll be a big advantage for us.
And I'm looking forward to the fuel discount.
Yeah. That's the biggest advantage.
Anything else?
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay. I'll go the other direction this time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah.
Here it goes. Thank you.
Brian.
You got dressed up for this meeting.
Yeah, you know, I always wear a polo shirt.
My last time you came, you didn't.
Good. Sad.
Thank you, sir.
So everything's normal out there. All the equipment's hanging in there, which is good.
Bill's still hanging in there?
Bill's it's still hanging in there, yeah. So I emailed Jill, I think last Friday. I think I forwarded you guys that, so anyway.
Got her interest anyway.
Yeah, we'll see, hopefully soon, but that's just ongoing. And these are comments, so I'm sure that has to go back to the engineers and then, you know, back and forth, so I still have no clue when this thing's gonna be approved. I didn't print out my report, I don't know what else I had on there.
Then just that you talked to the business bank about the compactor.
Oh, yeah, the compactor, yeah. So we're gonna have to, whenever that time comes, we're gonna have to have a meeting to transfer some money into my capital outlay because I was supposed to have 175,000 in there and there's only 25. So, at some point, we're gonna have to. And I think we're only gonna need 80,000 this year for the actual, to get the lease going. And then the first lease payment will be next year. So then we'll have to budget for that too. It's okay. But without knowing the expansion is gonna be approved, we're still on hold. Yeah. What else do I got?
Where are we at with I and what do we have for time left?
We've got probably a year
Here then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, Lisa from Redlands emailed me. So I sent her the financial assurance regulations for Sam.
Okay.
The 2019 calculations. And also the landfill totals. They'll need that for the financial assurance closure, post-closure care costs. So I've just emailed her, I said, if you guys have any questions, let me know. You know, we gotta redo the calculations this year, but I'll get with the engineers, but we don't have to do the 2024 calculations for the 2023 audit. It'll just based off the 2019 calculations, so Sam should know that. I've told him, I mean, last 3 years, but he always seems to forget. Yeah, so I remind him every year.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
We'll have to do it next year.
Yes, so Golder will have to, or not Golder, WSP I'll have to get them up here to do the calculations.
Yeah.
But we wanted to see if the area fill was gonna be approved, so we could include those calculations too, and not just the 3 trenches that were almost full.
That'll up our post closure cost on it.
Oh, yeah. Well, they'll have to look at what caps we have as far as material that we've
Okay.
placed on the caps. And they'll factor in how much, how much left is per trench, whether it's topsoil and then seed it, but. So it's kind of hard to calculate because we're always improving the caps. We're always putting,
Yeah.
capping the trenches as we go. So it's not like none of them are capped. And so the cost is, not
Yeah.
as
There's
great.
some capping on.
Yeah, right.
Keep the paper from coming out.
So. But yeah, that's about all I think I have.
And then we will get Brittany Pierce over there for any spraying that we
Oh,
need to do.
right. Yeah, I talked to Vince about
We
that.
need
So
to look at your side of it. as
Yeah.
well.
perfect. Yeah, just let me know.
The road and bridge got the pit sprayed because they were under a tight deadline.
Did they get it sprayed already?
I believe he showed up last week,
Oh,
uh,
okay.
but,
Should have done both.
well, it's a little early in one
Right.
sense yet, so
Right.
they had the timeline they had to meet because of the extension they had. But yeah, Brittany will, or someone
Okay.
from Fremont County will be up and will take care of that.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
Has Bill made any comment lately about, are you gonna be looking for somebody?
Oh, he said probably 3 months. So, and with it being summertime, once he does leave, I mean, it's two guys can handle that place without the wind.
Yeah.
Even if I'm busy until we get somebody else hired, but I'm not too worried about it.
Okay.
This time of year is when you need, two guys down here all the time.
Yeah.
You got a trash truck and then sprinkle it with dirt and then compact to sprinkle it to. So that trash is not, well, it goes everywhere anyway, but.
Not bad as if we just let it go.
Yeah, right. And we were closed yesterday, by the way, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just too windy. So. But we took care of the trash trucks, so that's. the main
No.
thing. And, yeah. Oh, and these were the capital outlay numbers. I don't know if you guys want to keep track of those or.
No, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about last fall.
Keeps it in the forefront of the mind.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
very much.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thanks, Brian. Kelly?
See you.
Let's take a break.
All right. We'll take a short recess, we'll reconvene by 10:30.
Yeah, they just said they picked
The time is now 10:36 a.m. and I will reconvene this BOCC meeting. So if we could have a seat, please. I'm going to skip over recycling. That is a written report. We have Laura here from Human Services. I thought I would let her jump in line in front. So Laura, thank you.
Oh, no problem. I get up, but it's too hard. Okay.
Nobody's asking.
Okay. Okay, well, I sent my reports to you guys and they're pretty standard reports. It just shows what, the number of cases that we have in food and all the other things there. Our commodity distribution was really down this month. Not sure why that was. We only did 14 boxes this month, so. But that is what it is. But I wanted to talk about, if you go to the Colorado Works one, it's the second one. We're coming up onto the end of the fiscal year, which is the end of June. And for Colorado Works, we get an allocation from the state, and this allocation is decided by many different people on how much you get, each county gets. So as we come up to the end of the allocation fiscal years, there are some counties that are running out of money because they're using their allocation. So directors got together years ago and got an okay from the state that if one county needs funds, that they can ask and we can give them funds. So I have quite a bit of Colorado Works left. And so Logan County was asking for funds. So he wants 60,000 and I can give him that without a problem. What happens with that, and the reason I'm telling you this is because you guys are going to have to sign off on this. So every county has to pay an MOE when we get our funds. And ours was 19,000 this year. And since he's going to take 60,000, he's going to also give us 9,000 as part of the MOE. Okay. So all of this will be coming down the pike. He's meeting with his commissioners, and then I'll be getting paperwork that you guys need to sign. So what happens with this is the money doesn't go back to the state. It goes to a county who needs it. We get some relief from our MOE and $9,000 back. And I still have enough funding to keep us going into the end of the fiscal year until July 1st when we get the new allocation. So it's a win-win situation for everybody. There was a lot of counties asking. I didn't have enough funds, but his was the 60,000 was something I could do, help him out. Didn't go back to the state, and we got help with our MOE. The other thing that's going on, which I'm not going to do, I don't need to do, is for for our child welfare. If we go over our allocation in that, we can mitigate for funds, but I don't need to do that this year because we're not over our allocation. That usually happens if we have a lot of kids in placement. And so we go over our funding on our out of home, but I don't need to do that this year. I haven't had to do that for a couple of years, which is wonderful, but I've had to do it in previous years. So I'm not going to be doing that. But those are the two things that I have going on. I could find daycare and nobody's asked for funding, and I could do that if I needed to, but I don't. So I just want to let you know about the Colorado Works because that paperwork will be coming and you guys will have to sign off on it.
What's the total we get through Colorado Works?
It's 119,000 and something. And then our share of it was, our MOE was 19,000 and something. So they're going to be paying 9,000 of that back. So then our MOE was only 10,000. So that's helpful to the county too. It helps them out and it helps the county out, and the funds can be used to help for services for other people.
And this is all state pass-through money. None of this.
Nope, it's just
120,000 is taxpayers.
Nope.
Property taxpayers.
Nope, none of that. No.
As far as.
It's yes,
Right here.
no,
Custer County.
nope. And it'll all be, as we say, done on paper. We're not going to, it's not going to be checks written or anything. They work it out. We send it in to a state accounting office who does their thing. We'll see it in closeout. That happens the end of June. We'll see it in July. We'll come rolling down that way.
And what do you use Colorado Works money?
Oh, it's used for, it's called Colorado Works. We also call it TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. Somebody gets laid off.
they're looking for work, but they can't, and they need a little assistance. But you have to have kids. It's families. And so based on the number of kids in the household, number of adults, they get a grant each month. Very, very low grants. Some of them are $500 and some dollars a month. Depends on how many adults, how many kids. Sometimes we have kids living with grandparents and those are child-only grants. And so those are low too. I don't know what they are at the top of my head. I've seen them low as $268 a month. Okay, so that's what that's used for. And so some counties have higher numbers than we do for Colorado Works right now, and that's why they're short on funds. But yeah, I had 4 counties put out things saying they needed some funds for this. Okay. Anybody else have any questions about that? Nope. Okay.
You said that sister was going to.
Logan County.
I had weld in my brain.
I don't know, and
That was wrong.
for some reason, I thought it was Mesa, and so I'm reading that, and I'm like, well, that's not Mesa, and I read it again, and it's, yeah, Dave Long, and he's out of Logan County. So,
Mhm.
okay, that's the big thing that I have going on right now. We've got the guys putting in the motion detector, which I just have a question about that. They said it's just gonna be shut off during the day and be on at night. But if we come in on Fridays, what some of us do, I'm not sure how that works. We need to let somebody know. I guess they'll explain it to us later.
Yeah, well, we'll make sure you
Okay, because,
forget.
yeah.
We
'cause
can't leave you in the dark.
Well, it's just, well, it's
We
like,
could.
here's these people are coming and we're going, what are you doing? You know, well, we're putting motion sensors in. Why? Oh, okay. I don't know, because they're not gonna be on during the day, during the weekdays. So I don't know. It's just watching the people come in after, I don't know.
It's part of that system that, Rich has got.
Got with the courthouse security or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All righty. What's going on now? Okay, all right. That's all I have.
We promise you probably won't end up face down on the floor with somebody.
Okay,
I said probably.
probably, oh, okay. Yeah, well, they were installing cable all through there yesterday, so I'm like, okay. All right, I don't have anything else if you don't, so,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Thanks.
See you later.
See ya.
Gotta put my jacket on because the wind's blowing. Yeah, it is.
Okay, go pick up recycling again real quick.
Yeah, I'll just briefly go through this. The trailer art project sponsored by High Country Recycling is underway. The FFA students, under the direction of Eddie Chris from Custer County High School, are sanding and painting the 13 collection horse trailers that Custer County Recycle utilizes at the recycling sites. Currently, 6 trailers have been painted. They've been painted the recycle blue color. I don't know any other way to put that than that. After the trailers are painted, murals will be added to each trailer by local artists. They have different projects they're gonna do for that. And CCR continues to rotate the trailers as needed to the school for the project. Today, the Custer landfill and CCR, so both Brian Lockhart and Tim Harmon and Steve Wilkerson are hosting a field trip of 18 students, grade 3 through 5, under the direction of Shelley Green as part of the Gifted and Talented program at the Custer County Schools. So they're gonna be there from 1 to 3 today. They're gonna tour the sites, gonna see the equipment run, and they're gonna learn about the landfill as well. So that's a good thing for everybody, and especially the school kids. 82 bales of material produced year to date, 2024. Cardboard's holding at 110 per ton. Mixed papers holding around that $70 per ton. Aluminum's just under 50 cents per pound, and steel's around $130 per ton. Year-to-date revenue from all materials sold through May 1st is roughly $9,300. And and it's looks like um, they are just Tractor Supply Company in Kansas City is just gonna start dropping off their cardboard that they've got a smaller vertical baler, and they're just gonna drop it off so they have somewhere for it to go. So it's just gonna come, drop it off, and it'll just go into our coffers. Probably takes a little money to stack it and put it on the trailer, but otherwise we probably get, I don't know, probably around $300 with today's current cardboard prices, so. That's about it on that.
Smaller bills,
Yeah, it is a little smaller bills.
so they're not gonna rebill it at all, just go ahead and they will fit nicely.
Yep.
Stack wise on our other loads.
Yes, yes, sir. So kind of nice.
So we've got those as well as the ones that, are coming from. That's Wida.
Buena Vista would be the other site, so we haven't seen Buena Vista show up yet, but we'll see what happens there. Sherway would like to get out of the transferring of that. So we could possibly go get that and earn the money for the trip back and forth, and it would more than
That's a good idea.
pay for the guys and more than pay for the labor, so. Yeah,
Okay. Anything else from you?
No.
Question was? Thank you, sir.
yeah.
Finance. He was looking really hard to see if he could see you coming.
Good morning, sir. Vernon. Good morning. Morning. Good morning. So finance, the last few weeks, really the last month has been really firmly dedicated to getting ready for the audit. I've been working very closely with Lisa Hammond, our accountant, to make certain that all of our paperwork and documentation comes together to present to the auditors. We have gone through a series of our internal audit adjustments over the last few weeks using our accountant's numbers to reconcile all of our books for 23. And we have started sending data off to the auditors. I've been engaging with the auditors over the last few days. I know that Commissioner Epps spoke with them, and Lisa's been speaking with them daily. Getting all of that set up. We'll have auditors on site probably next week. So essentially what we've done over the past few months is compile all of the data that has usually waited until May. We have compiled all the data and reviewed it internally to prep and make certain that it's in compliance for the auditors so that we can cut down on their on-site time. Restructured a lot of the chart of accounts to more accurately reflect our grant tracking, as well as coding expenses that were invoiced in 23 and paid in 24, moving them back to 23. That's the accrual bookkeeping side of our accounting structure. And the invoices in 23 need to be coded to 23, even if they're paid in 24. So that has been a huge thrust of my work for the last month or so, is getting ready for all of that. I have my IT report here too, but we're talking finance. Were there questions about the airport expenditures? I heard it mentioned that the airport was out of balance by $34,000 in the treasurer's report. That was because something was incorrectly coded to airport expenses instead of the 50 fund. I have corrected that. I corrected that actually on April 5th when I found out about it, but that does not reflect the report in March. So in April, your April report will accurately reflect that. The other issue that we face with the airport is that we do need to do the budgeted $50,000 transfer from general fund to the airport fund to that we, talked about in our budget process.
So is a coding error, a human error, or a machine problem?
Coding error was a human error. It was just unclear on where certain expenses needed to come from.
That's what I thought.
Some departments have a repairs and maintenance budget, and it's for small stuff. Let's say you broke a chair or something like that, and you could buy that out of your own budget. But repairs and maintenance for buildings comes out of our capital improvement fund. So it was just a miscommunication in where certain expenditures needed to be coded. We've since corrected that. I have a lot of department heads and admins coming to me saying, hey, I want to make certain my books are clean. Where do I need to code this? The good portion of my time is spent making sure that the training is there so they know exactly where to code something so it's more accurately represented. So like I said, I've created new chart of accounts. No, I mean, not a new chart of accounts, but I've added account lines to certain departments to more accurately reflect their grant processes. So for instance, if we have a grant that is going to cover contract labor and a cell phone reimbursement and travel, it's not all lumped into one grant. It's separated out by, okay, this grant has a contract labor line. This grant has a phone and our communications and travel lines. So I've worked very closely with a lot of departments. I know Robin and I work together. I've worked with the sheriff's office, and we've got a good handle on how grants are going to be expended, and it's going to be more accurately tracked in our system. Each department is really accurately tracking their grants for the reporting to the state, but we want to make certain we are
Put them in the right place.
yeah, exactly. So, after our quarterly budget review, so a lot of my work over the next 2 weeks will be with both the auditors and to get ready for our quarterly budget review. After our quarterly budget review, we're going to probably have a discussion about moving funds lines that were put, let's say a grant line here. Well, that's in the past for many years, we've put all of our grants for a certain department into a single grant line. Now it's all broken out. And so we're going to talk about moving the expected revenue lines from a generic grant line into, let's say, JBBS, Vail, COPS, that type of thing. So it's going to be more accurate, and it's going to help us be a lot clearer in our overall reporting.
Yeah, we had a lot of accounts that were very general and not very specific.
Yes, sir.
And we've got to get specific. We need to be specific, so.
Yeah.
So, and I'll piggyback onto what you're saying. So the 22nd, we're gonna have a workshop. And I think what we need to do first is, Vernon and Lisa will get the numbers, rectified for January, February, and March. We'll reconcile the cash, we'll reconcile the payroll, we'll get those, and then us three commissioners, Lisa and Vernon, will sit down and we'll have a workshop that day instead of regular BOCC meeting, and we'll go through where we're at in the budget, through all the things. Any of the ones that we deem, hey, we need to either talk to the sheriffs because he's projecting far over, may or may not, I don't know, but we need to look at every department and go, where are they at? Have they used 40% of their money up in the first 25% of the year? Or where are we at, and who do we need to talk to, and where do we see some risk coming up? Where do we need to tighten up, or, based upon the numbers that we're getting from our permits, some of our projected revenues is gonna fall short if we don't have people building like they did last year. So we need to look at some of those things. So we'll do that as a group of us five, as just an open workshop, but a workshop nonetheless. So, and then Lisa's working on the next project terms for us and what that's gonna look like. And some of that's gonna be reconciling cash on a monthly basis. Looking at UMB, she's gonna be the person that reveals what she has found with UMB and what was going on there. Just keep that as clear as possible, and then continuing to work with getting our stuff over to Sam Donardo, our auditor. So,
How much have we spent so far? Do you know? Clearing this up?
clearing this
Yeah,
up,
she's gotten the project.
so $5,000 plus another 16 grand, so 21.
21 so far.
Yes.
Okay.
And we budgeted 60 grand, basically 20 grand a department, DHS 20, road and bridge 20, and general fund 20 for the auditor. And based upon, he said, if you guys are doing everything that you're doing, he says, I should come in underneath that for the year, so.
And like I said, we've been in pretty close contact with Garen Ross and Donardo, prepping everything and getting feedback. So we're in a much better place than we were last year.
Yeah, we are.
Thank you. Okay. Take that.
Take your new
Good
hat.
job.
There you go.
Yeah, T.
IT report, I sent an email this morning with the IT report. It's, most of it is generic stuff. The big deal that we're working right now is the Tyler public safety conversion. I know that the sheriff mentioned that this morning in his staff report. The Tyler system is go live right now. We've been working very diligently over the last week to get ready for that. Installing VPNs on their mobile computers and making certain that all their software is updated. You would think that Tyler, being the juggernaut that it is, would have a seamless conversion, but no. It has been nothing but nightmare and I'm getting that from police departments, sheriff's departments, dispatch, users. So it's been a challenge, but we are live right now, and so that's pretty exciting. We have tentatively decided to keep a license for our former system OmniGo live for an indefinite period of time, so that the deputies can always refer back to their stuff. We have data dumps from OmniGo that are going into Tyler today. When I get back to my office, I'm going to check on the status of that data dump. Basically, all of our past data is kept in a records management system. OmniGo keeps those records. We had discussions about it this at the very beginning. We are not doing a full conversion where we plug that all into Tyler. That would cost far too much money. It would cost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that level of conversion. What we have instead elected to do is do an archive dump where we take all of the data from OmniGo and put it into an archive system. So over the next few months, I'll be working with the deputies to make certain that their data is accessible in the archive, and they can create any active cases will be created anew in the Tyler software. Just some of the challenges that we're facing there, but we're working through it. This is definitely a big project. There's dozens of people working on this full time. So the GIS is working. All of the work that we did on that is operational. So we are excited about the opportunities, but it's definitely a long uphill slog in the rain through the mud. So we will get through it. We started working on the inventory. We're about 50% completed on all of the IT inventory in the county. And then the rest of that is just the crossover between HR with Robert Smith out. I had to take on a little bit of HR work. That was fun and interesting. So we will get through it.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you about that real quick.
Okay.
Did the job description get posted for finance?
Yes,
director on all the websites? I know
On the
Bob-
websites, on the county website. I need to check
You can go
on the
the
rest of it.
There's,
well-
I sent a note to everybody actually,
Okay.
included, Jordan.
Okay,
Needs to go on the ones that Bob identified. There's a couple of professional organizations that are very, they need it. So we gotta make sure it's everyone.
so I'm not pushing this off in any way, shape or form. I was under the impression that Mike Cheshire was gonna help with that. So I don't know, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus, rather.
Making sure, so what is it?
Jordan and I did correspond and he took the information as to the sites that were going to be.
You got all the
utilized for
sites.
that, and then he indicated that he was going to post those. Kevin also interjected and engaged, wanted to make sure that we had the proper links to not just the summary, but also the full description of the job itself.
Right.
And so Jordan was working on making sure that that was
So do we know if that's
implemented
happened?
into the posting.
That has happened.
They
Yeah.
happened to all of them.
I will check on the rest of them.
Okay,
So on our county website, we have a job. We do not have the complete job description on the web page itself. We have a blurb of the posting, and then we have the link to the complete job description. All of that is accessible there. And so LinkedIn and anywhere else direct directly to that job description.
Good.
So I'll check on what websites it has been posted on and make certain that we're in compliance with what was decided.
Good. And who's receiving the application?
So we forwarded all of Robert Smith's emails to Mike Cheshire and
So
Jim
he-
Huckman.
Did you know that?
And yeah,
Okay, so you're,
Jen's also getting.
okay, good. So we're gonna get somebody an answer back so they can get the application.
Yes.
All right, good.
I need to talk to you.
Okay,
Yeah, these are not okay.
what's not okay?
We'll talk,
All right.
not in this meeting.
Okay.
And then, yeah, hey. One thing we didn't address on all that posting is some of those sites will require payment. Don't think it probably should be coming out of IT budget.
We've been pulling that out of Commissioners Community Outreach. It's the
What?
only-
You made a command decision, right? Okay.
That's where it has been pulled before. So, okay.
We're outreaching.
Yeah, and
Reaching out, whatever to do.
yeah, if you're looking for somebody to work for IT, that might come out of IT budget, but not when we're looking for something different. So I just wanted to address that. Anything else?
No, thank you, Vernon. And yeah. CrowdStrike's still decidedly.
Yes, very much so. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm at your service. Okay. Back here.
Okay, Dominic.
Morning, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
You see?
Nice shirt.
Thanks, it's my Bollywood look.
Bollywood.
I have no comment. The wife was like, what's with the shirt? I'm like, well, I'm reporting $1 million, so I'm gonna wear $1 million shirt.
There you go.
The way to do.
It's my pie chart. We'll get to that here in a second. Ready to go?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So days open last month, was in the office 16 out of the 18 days. The other 2 days, the one was the roundtable with Mount Carmel and Senator Hickenlooper out in Pueblo. And then the other day I was up in Fremont County with the one of the VSOs up there, getting her spun up and trained and getting her access to things that she doesn't have access to, that she wants access to, which in the long run helps us because then Fremont County veterans are not coming down here to see me and getting help. Scheduled appointments, I had 56, 2 no-shows, 4 cancellations due to weather. Walk-ins, I had 26. New power of attorneys, 14, so a total of 149 now. Intent to file submitted was 27, so we're now at 198 for those. And again, that's just to maximize retro payments. New and increased claims submitted was a total of 16, so 131 total.
since I started, and 53 of those were first-time claims, so those veterans have never filed claims before. 3 supplemental claims, meaning there was something that was denied in the past, where we're presenting new relevant evidence to try and get those things turned around. Higher level reviews, there was an uptick. I had 9 last month. So
What does that
so,
mean?
so it's typically from mistakes on the VA's part. So most of the claims that get denied, it's mistakes on the VA's part. So I'm having
Goes up a
to,
level maybe.
yeah, I'm having to go back and re-engage and point out their mistakes. There are, you know, I've got probably 4 where the veterans have gone to their CMP exams and said the wrong thing. If you open your mouth and put it out in the world, you can't take it back. So those ones will stay denied, but the ones where I'm finding mistakes on the VA's part, I'm pushing back. And again, most of what's denied is mistakes. So again, I don't like inefficiencies, so having to re-engage just kind of annoys me. Individual unemployability claims, no new ones. I've got 1 that was a favorable outcome, 2 that were denied. I got 1 that's pending, and it's looking like it's going to be a favorable outcome for that individual as well. So total claims to date is 196. Well, as of the end of the month, 196. No new burial reimbursement claims. I'm worried about any of those. VA debt waiver is still the same too. I've not had anybody come in and tell me that they've incurred a debt to the VA. I know they're coming because I already have a veteran that I can see he's getting overpaid. So I know once they do their audit and figure out that they've been overpaying him, he'll come back in and see me, but there's ways I can get that waived. Increase in compensation. So again, those new claims where veterans have never filed claims before, 33 veterans are now service connected that had never previously filed claims before. Increased compensation. So monthly compensation is up by almost $54,000. And then retro payments totaling $310,313.59 since August 1st. 4 of those are retired veterans who were under 50%. So they have not done their DFAS and VA audit yet to figure out how much they owe them in back pay. So I've got 4 veterans that are still outstanding on their back payments. So total increase, I'm now at $1,010,110,130.84. That was as of the end of the month. And again, that's increased compensation, and that is for 78 veterans.
Only 78.
Only 78. Yep. So I mean, obviously there's been more claims filed, but the claims that have been rated thus far, that's the outcome. So the pie chart, if we want to go to the pie chart there, first page, the green is the favorable outcomes. That pinkish color there is 100%. So those are folks that are now 100%. The yellow is claims where somebody was service connected. We asked for an increase. They said no, and they continued at where they're at. So they're not seeing any additional benefits. The red is denied. And again, most of that is mistakes on the VA's part. The 4 successful, all that 4% successful in the blue there, that's ones that where I've done the high level reviews already and got them turned around and got favorable outcomes.
Those were previously denied and.
Yes, these are just my claims that I put in. These are not counting the ones where I found mistakes on claims that veterans have filed in the past. These are just on my. So that blue and if you see here on the little thing over here, it says successful appeals 4. So one of those is a veteran who I filed a claim, they denied it. I pushed back, pointed out the mistakes, and they denied it again. And I pushed back again and said, no, you're still making mistakes. The second point, the veteran had given up. And 4 days later, I got him service connected. And he's like, I had given up. I said, no, just because the VA says no does not mean no. It just means push back.
Not yet.
Right, you got to be persistent. So 2 of those 4 are from that one individual, just pushing back. If we go to the second page there, that shows where we're at with claims pending as well. Again, we've got 47.9% of my claims are pending. So that 1,010,000 is essentially from half of my claims at this point. Moving on to outreach. The first of the month, I did the radio interview with KLZR. That aired already, and the podcast is out. I just actually shared that on my Facebook page this morning, the Custer County Facebook page. So those that didn't get an opportunity to hear it can go to the Facebook page and hear it from there, or go to KLZR's website. Also on the first, we visited the senior center, and I've already got a couple of veterans that I'm working with out there and just doing outreach out there. Second, I was at the American Legion briefing them on updates. The fourth was the roundtable with Senator Hickenlooper. The 10th, I did the, I guess, Zoom meeting with Jeff Schramm's little group he has out of Cincinnati Children's Hospital with their veterans and educating them on why they need to file claims and how to file claims. And I was invited on to do that. The 11th, we were out at Wetmore Community Center doing the coffee social. We had 3 veterans walk in for that. The 12th through the 14th, my wife and I took advantage of one of the Mount Carmel veteran couples retreat just to get a weekend break. Not that we're trying to choke each other's. Yeah, we just wanted just to go get a weekend away.
Don't blame you.
That was it was actually very good.
You're supposed to do that before you're ready to.
Yeah. No, so no, she probably want to choke me out more than the other way around, but no, we just went just to go and experience it, and it was actually very good. And I would highly encourage anybody that any veterans and their spouses to take advantage of it. The Veterans Coffee Social, again, we're doing that every week, Wednesday. We're still averaging about 10 veterans per week, and we usually get somebody new every week. I think in the last 3 months, we've only had 2 where we've not had somebody new show up that had not previously been there before. And then social media, I'm sharing everything on the Custer County Veteran Service Officer page. Upcoming, well, I had the American Legion meeting last night, so I went and updated them last night. I was gone Thursday last week. Christy's gone all this week, so we're moving the Wetmore Coffee to the 16th. So we'll be out there doing that on the 16th. The 18th, the American Legion is doing an Armed Forces Day fundraiser over at Willie's Place, and it's a tip of vet, so we'll be out there, serving and whatever else. So it's any proceeds that come from tips will go into the Veterans Trust Fund. The 20th, Mount Carmel's Veteran Business Outreach Coordinator, or VBOC, will be out here, and we're hosting a veteran-owned business networking event from 3 to 8 at the library in the community room. And again, that's for veteran-owned businesses to network and refer business each other's way. But that individual will also be on hand from 9:30 and he'll have half-hour appointments. So if anybody wants to come in any of those veteran-owned business, or they're interested in starting a veteran-owned business, they can come and meet with him, and he can talk about them and their situations one-on-one. So he'll be on hand from 9:30 to 3 over in our office space. The 25th is the Memorial Day Parade on Main Street. The 27th is the Memorial Day ceremony over at the park in Silver Cliff, and I did put in the request for an Air Force flyover. I'm getting all good signs that it's actually going to happen, but until it's official, it's not official. The 31st, we have the Veterans Connection, Custer County, and then we'll have Congresswoman Pedersen will be here in person for that. The Angel Fire New Mexico run with the Vietnam Memorial, or the flag, POWMI flag, it didn't happen because of inclement weather. I don't like riding in the rain, let alone the snow. So we pushed it back. I wanted to get it done before Memorial Day so we could unveil Memorial Day, but it's not going to happen. So we're probably gonna have to make a run sometime in June down there to do that. And then the 12th of June is the Women's Veterans Day, and it's going to be celebrated down here in Custer County. So the Women's Veterans Service Officer for the state will be coming down here for that. I haven't got definitive what she wants to do yet, whether it be a lunch or dinner or coffee or whatever, but whatever it is, I'll make sure we make it happen. But that is it.
I believe I responded. I think it's Christie's email. I probably will not be back for that Veterans Connection on the 31st.
Alright. And then we talked about them changing the CVA 26 in October of last year, and they decided to tell me about it last month. The only change is that my signature is not be on the back. So they asked that I get January through present day. So I just transcribed them from the ones we had already signed, and I'll just need January through today, just re-sign so I can submit them with my signature on. So I've got January through April.
Okay, so
I'll make a motion that we approve January through the current month, CBA 26 form.
I'll second.
okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve January through present CBA 26 forms. For signature. Further discussion on those. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. I'll get them signed and back to you here post haste. Anything else for this gentleman?
No, thank you.
Not a problem. Yeah, I figured all the Texans are now starting to show up here, so I actually was in Texas the last few days. So.
Balance it out.
Yep. Yeah, it was a lot of driving
You get an update on data yet?
on. What were we waiting for? On yours, I think we were waiting for records from you.
No. Yeah.
Did you send them?
Yeah, I don't know. You should see.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a look.
The vet and Wetmore.
Yes.
Possibly they haven't put in a request.
So I was giving his daughter a little bit of time to grieve before I bothered her, but I was gonna reach out to her today and just figure out what's going on and what support she needs.
Yeah, there's cleaning the house out and everything there, but
Right.
I just thought I'd ask that you said you had 0 requests on that, so I didn't know whether to go. drop
Right,
her.
no. So again, I wanted to give him a little bit of time to grieve before I start reaching out, so I was gonna give her a call today.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yep.
That call me will make her feel bad.
What's that?
Call me will help her.
Yeah.
Somebody.
My youngest son got to meet him the last time he was up here. I shared it while I was down with my son this weekend, and I shared with him that he passed, and he was like, man, he was really cool to do that. And I'm like, no.
Yes, since
But he was as far as I know, the last remaining World War II veteran we had in county. So, yeah, it's very unfortunate. But thank you, and I will reach out to them.
thank you very much. Emergency management. Good to see you, Robin.
You are back. And she's
Welcome
camping
back.
in, but she's here nonetheless.
Run right up.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I just want to report that, during my absence, I think things went pretty well.
We didn't have an emergency.
We didn't have an emergency. So I was so glad about
The
that.
dam was diked.
Yes,
The
that
dike
was very,
dammed.
it was something like that. Yes, a finger in the dike. So,
That was.
yeah, we usually start with grants, so I will start with that. We're doing great on EMPG. Our first quarter report has been submitted for reimbursement on time, which helps us keep our finances in line with the reimbursement, hopefully within a couple months. And then projects for Homeland Security grants. We were pulling our projects together. We had some initial approval from the Board for Homeland Security. And then the official guidance came out from the state because we kind of had to be a little bit ahead of that at the region level. And so they said, not everything is going to fit into all these categories, but are there priorities such as cybersecurity and law enforcement, terrorism, detention, and deterrence? And so we have a revised proposal for not only the 3 projects that we put in for, which one of them was not approved, but we have now 3 more. Those are all in the law enforcement area, starting out with crowd control, water jersey barriers, chemical mask for the sheriff's office, and potential SRO training in a conference. So that is now still in the hopper.
Is this with the original 3 that were the training session, the dive team, and then the computers, laptop backups? Okay.
So it looks like, there's no final yet, but it looks like the laptops and the dive team will be approved and that they will consider one or all of these additional law enforcement proposals. So that went out yesterday to the group. And so we have not heard anything back from that board, but we're trying to get more out there and
potentially get more Homeland Security 100% grant. The other grant that has come through is the CSU Wildfire Outreach. And that program will actually start next Tuesday, the 14th. I think this was in your packet. So I don't know if you saw this or not, but I have some for the public that's here today too. The flyers on our Wildfire Awareness Month. We had our first wildfire preparation at the library yesterday, and we had some folks come who were very interested in the wildfire preparation and preparedness. And then we had 5, which, you know, is about average for a small gathering. The most we've had is 11 on our presentation. So the 3 gals that came were neighbors, and so they're interested in home assessments. And that's where you actually go out and work with the homeowner and start at the house and say, what could you do at your house? Rake your pine needles under your steps, clean out your gutters, and then you move out to the 30-foot and 100-foot zone. So there's actually scheduled for home assessments next Tuesday afternoon, after the next ambassador program launch.
And that will be you doing those assessments?
It'll be myself and Lisa Hatfield, who has done probably hundreds of assessments. Lisa is from the Colorado Springs area, and she's part of the Fire Adapted Colorado. And so she's coming down to help me with the ambassador launch, and has agreed to do those as home assessments in the afternoon. So it's great.
Thank you.
Sure. The co-swap, we don't have the award yet, but we do have the financial assistance award for the outreach. And we have 2 copies of this. Kevin, it does say representative or something like that. So I'm like, okay, that's not me. I don't sign contracts. So if I could hand that over to you. We also have included with this is a grant tracking for creating a new revenue number and the grant line and the expenses. And then the follow-up, which Vernon talked about, is not only are we going to have these grant lines and sub lines, but reporting every time we have a request for reimbursement out of that grant. And also when we have a multi-year grant, we will have an asterisk near that. So we might even be able to develop a code or something that says, okay, the money from this grant needs to be pushed to the next year. So we have that. And we also included, it has been happening sporadically, but I know there was a concern about the multi-year grants and how we were presenting those. So I think we've got a little bit of that cleaned up. So I do have 2 copies. One is for us and one is for Kelly. So she'll have all of that on file, the official signed copy.
I would probably entertain a motion for the signatures on these. For the Colorado State Forest Service Financial Assistance Program Project Award notification.
Is it asking for a board signature or what?
Well, it's asking for a signature. And so, because in the past I've been told I don't sign stuff, I thought it would be best to come to.
I've been signing them, but we
Oh,
had
okay.
a resolution or something. I forget how we stated it when we first started once that was in place and presented, then I would sign it. But
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
If it's required to have the board, that's okay.
I'm looking for the signature page on this one.
it should have a
Is
little
it a
tab.
tab on it?
Has a
There's
little-
2 tabs there.
One is an initial, one's a signature. Oh, no problem. I can get that to you in the future.
All I'm trying to do is be consistent. How's Jennifer?
Okay.
She's doing good. Daniel, I think, is doing good too. He had a lot of physical stuff going on as well. So, she's, still a little blue about her sister passing, and has asked for some time off this summer to
Yeah, I
go.
talked to her
Yeah.
twice. Yeah, hiding there.
Yeah, well, she's been busy for sure, doing a lot of the grant work. She did a lot of the coding as well. Training, we had talked sometime back and we scheduled this, although I haven't been here to remind you that we scheduled a class called Local Emergency Operations Center Evolution of a Disaster. And I think we had picked a date, thought that worked for all of you, but I'm not sure. So May 30th, 8 to noon.
These two guys are out.
Okay.
CCI.
Oh, CCI, I was, after I wrote that, I went, I wonder if that was CCI. So we can change the date on that. We'll work with Christy Coleman, sometime in June. And we'll keep that going. We're continuing to have our regular Thursday meetings. As you know, we had the SEPA while I was gone, as well as, the integrated, planning workshop. And so both of those went off really well. The SEPA was very well attended and got a lot of good input. And that'll help drive our training and exercise program for the next few years. And we won't have to do that SEPA again, as we have a pretty good, solid evaluation of where we're at and what we need to work on.
What time is that on 5/16?
That is at 10. Yep, we are back to our regular third Thursday, and that'll be at 10 with a Zoom option.
Okay.
The inventory, we're still working on our inventory for the radios. We have a couple of agencies done. We've worked with Ruth over in Wetmore, and she helped us get the Wetmore Fire radios and other radios inventory, which has been great. And then we'll continue to work on the other departments with radios, and then start working with the school and other places. Wildfire preparedness, we did the two presentations in December, and following up with people and trying to get them into the ambassador program on May 14th. And then we also want to start our 100-700 training program, and we're hoping to work with Robert on kind of getting that into an HR kind of module. So we'll probably just keep working forward and start planning on that in hopes that he's well soon. I heard he was doing okay, so that sounds great, and hopefully he'll be back soon. And then I might be going to a wildfire week training in Cripple Creek a couple of days in the first week of June. Haven't quite decided if I can take off a couple days or not. We've got quite a bit of backlog. Any questions?
Nope, welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back.
What's your plan on the salamander badging and?
Well, we're tying that to the 100-700. So we still think it's important that we have the training done before we badge.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I agree.
But we're, if you need badges, I know we just did, I can't remember, the sheriff's office and Wetmore, I think.
I
But
haven't seen a new one.
maybe,
Well, I missed the last meeting.
yeah, and what we're requesting is the training records. So it's a little bit complicated with the sheriff's office because all of their records are in post. But I think we can go through the state and get those records. So we'd like to have copies of their certificates to prove that they've had those classes. So it's better when it's in the salamander system, but yeah, still going forward on that.
Okay. Do you still need a motion? Sign
I
that?
would entertain one either for myself or for Bill. If Bill didn't sign it at all, would entertain a motion for Bill to sign it. That's fine. As long as one of us gets a signature on there. So I'll make a motion that we approve this signature of the Colorado State Forest Service Financial Assistance Program Project Award notification by Commissioner Kanda.
I'll second.
Any discussion on that?
No, sir.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. There you go, sir.
Did you find out where to sign
I didn't find the initial, I did find the signature, but I didn't find the initial. It may be,
People are gonna know it's abs.
Yeah, just maybe
it may
initial
be
on the
back in
page,
behind the paperclip where I
Yeah.
couldn't see it.
or just initial on the page.
Okay, anything else? Local emergency management.
No, welcome back.
Yes. So you're in and running solo.
I am, the last, work release, discusses having a level workspace. Because going up and down the stairs. all
You're
the
not
time,
running
so-
stairs.
I'm not running that many stairs, that many times. I've been up there,
You're
but
just using the floor then.
just using the bottom, yeah, the bottom floor with my laptop or working from home. So those were the two things that they recommended, so. Didn't have to overtax my hip at this point. So. But I walked a mile, so that was pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, that was my goal as a PT, was to walk. a mile.
Follow orders.
Yeah.
I'm telling that to a lot of people lately, so.
Just follow your own.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're just, is there two of them?
There's two, there's one for Kelly.
We can finish this one. And it's just that I signed it and put the name and then
Okay.
got the date.
Okay, I can finish that up, yeah. Let me distribute these to the public.
Did you get anything from CSU? I'm ready.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see anything. And I haven't seen any season updates.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't?
That will take care of our staff reports then. No unfinished business. First item on our new business would be the consideration of consequences for and or sanctions of Commissioner Kanda for failing to adhere to the code of conduct, which is resolution number 22-17. And this was on the agenda. I did have Kelly send that to us so that we all had a copy of that.
Okay, send that over there.
This was put on the agenda. I believe that you brought this
Yeah,
at the request
so-
of an individual.
By a citizen, through me, in that district of that citizen. So. Great that we have resolutions, but it seems like, or it is that we have no, these aren't illegally binding over what we can and cannot do. For each other or for the board or. Because if I begin to tell another commissioner what we're going to do, then I violate this resolution as well. And I think this was largely brought up because of that special meeting that we conducted, or the way in which we called that special meeting.
I believe that was the trigger point on this. Some of the statements in this this was done in the year of 22, not thus the numbering on this. And at that point was used to reprimand a previous commissioner. And whether that was according to Hoyle or not, I guess possibly not. I guess I need to look to you, Dan, and get your opinion on resolutions and adherence to.
Well, there's no enforcement mechanism in the resolution. And I'm not sure that there necessarily could be an enforcement mechanism in a resolution for basically two commissioners to quote unquote punish a third commissioner for activities that they don't agree with. Basically, all that could happen is the other two commissioners could theoretically vote to reprimand the other commissioner, which that's I guess a public type of censure, but that doesn't have any impact. You can't dock their salary, you can't suspend them from their job or suspend them from being a commissioner for some period of time or something, the way you could say with an employee. There are ethical guidelines in state statutes, but these don't have the same effect of those ethical guidelines. In other words, you really can't expand your ethical responsibilities that exist in state statutes. And most of that has to do with financial conflicts of interest and things like that. And there's an independent ethics commission that would address or would hear complaints relating to those kinds of things, but that's not. And first of all, I don't understand that that's in any way implicated in this current complaint by a private citizen. But beyond that, I don't know how, again, beyond a public reprimand, which I guess apparently may have happened in the past, there's really no teeth to this resolution.
Speaking to the past, and at that time, that former commissioner was actually stripped of their managing commissioner duties for a period of time until training was done, and which time he was reinstated. But probably we overstepped at that time, according to your.
Well, I mean, that was a whole different situation, though, as I understand it. And I think the concern was that there had to be something done to avoid, ironically, on today's agenda, a lawsuit. But I mean, the board is limited again in what it can do, but that probably, I wouldn't say that was an inappropriate reaction at that time. But what we have today is not anything like that, where you have that kind of option.
Okay.
And again, that's not me saying that there's any validity or not validity to a complaint. I'm just saying that even if there were validity, I don't see that there's an option like that in front of you.
So what's the complaint?
Failure to adhere to the code of conduct.
And
That's the complaint.
how?
In regards, most probably, I guess he was looking at you when he asked that question, though.
So,
Like to.
I'm just asking, I don't know.
I think, and I can't speak directly for the citizen, but, I think loyalty to the entire ownership, unconflicted by loyalties, other organizations, including interest or advocacy groups, citizens of your own commissioner district, I think, bringing something forth that was not sought out through the board or vetted through the board, but vetted more solely by Bill Kanda, maybe violates some of these.
How did I not do that? But I vetted it through, it takes two, one commissioner cannot call a meeting. Takes two. And so what did I do? I've always, and we've done this in the past. And I called each one of you and said, we need a meeting, and you agreed. Here additionally, I talked, and by the way, it's okay to call you. You don't need a special meeting to have a meeting, but if you call me. I also verified that with a couple lawyers and a CTSI wizard, what we all know, Dennis Hunt. And that's done all the time. And then I called a couple commissioners, and I did talk to the commissioners in Fremont County, and they do this thing. Something comes up and they need to have a different meeting that's not scheduled. Talk to each other and let's do it. That's what I did. So, I don't know what this is all about, but that's.
Well, your call to me indicated that you wanted to know if I was free at the time for that night.
And I said we
It
need
was-
an
It
integrated
was
meeting.
more to the line that the meeting was gonna happen, and you were just asking if I was available for that time. That's the gist of the conversation, as to my understanding. And we did not. This is not one that I don't believe that we had to do that without coming to a regular board meeting, which we've always done in the past.
If you had said that that's what you wanted, Kevin, then that would have been fine, but you didn't. I said we needed integrity because of the different reasons. You were gone, I was gone, we were all gone. And we did that, but I'm just gonna drop it there.
Okay, so we decided to have a meeting, right? We went along with it.
Mhm.
What didn't happen is we didn't discuss in an open meeting what that meeting was going to be about. And who was going to be at that meeting in a 24 hours period of time before that meeting.
We did.
24 hours before that.
We start, that meeting, what we did the next day.
It was
When
less
it
than
was available.
24 hours. That was the morning of the
You
meeting.
mean Wednesday morning meeting?
Yeah, I thought that night and that next day. But anyway, okay,
But we didn't discuss it in public. 24 hours prior to Wednesday's night's meeting. That's all I'm saying.
we don't discuss. The requirement is to have it posted so that the topic is understood and people can come, and that's what we did. 24 hours before. It was actually posted before then.
Yeah, I feel like we have some hugely transparency problems in the
We can do more.
formalized plan or the unformalized plan that we went through. And I understand that I could call a meeting and go, hey, guys, you wanna have a meeting? Let's have a meeting. And you two go show up, and if you don't know what's going on,
Well, I agree.
you'd be feel blindsided, right?
Right.
And if we talked about it, and if we were gonna have it tonight and we were talking about it today, you guys wouldn't feel right about that. Because you wouldn't know, you didn't have time to read about it, study it, investigate it.
It happens to me too. I've had meetings called and even executive sessions where I had no idea what it was. And what I do is ask the question, what is it about? What are we doing? And get enough information, and I go to the meeting with what's necessary. We had plenty of time to do that because it was started on Friday. That's when I talked to open.
Up to the time of the meeting, we still did not know who the speakers were gonna be.
And
We
neither
didn't-
did I.
we didn't
That's
have-
why we did it. And I was coordinating that with Mike and some volunteers that were helping Mike get it together. But anyway, I agree. The more effort we make to make it clear, I happen to love, and that's what I've done ever since that day we had the issues in the past. So,
When we sign this.
right. I'm the guy that put that together.
Yeah.
I would
Anyway,
love,
I'm not gonna think.
I would love to see us follow that, regardless if we can enforce it or not. We agreed that this would be a code of conduct that we would follow and
We'll have another discussion.
I would say that I would love to see us as a board, as individuals of the board, follow that.
I agree, 100%. Each
And
one of you, you and me.
correct, every one of us.
Can you please read that? For everybody?
No.
No. It's
The 3-page,
posted,
yeah.
posted on the bulletin board over there today. It's always been posted ever since we did it.
Mhm.
So, and that would be my statement, and basically the same paragraph that Commissioner referenced is one that I feel that we did not follow here. I think that we need to work together as a board on all of our issues that are coming before us. And we need to make those decisions in an open meeting.
I agree.
And not to circumvent that system, which I would say is what happened this last time. So moving forward, I would definitely love to see that happen. And for us as a 3-member board to make sure that we strive to follow this and even exceed that. Because we are held to a level of conduct that we need to put forth. Anything else from you, sir?
No, I brought it up. A citizen brought it up. In fact, more than one citizen wanted it brought up, so I brought it up. I can't force any one of you individual other county commissioners to abide by it or not abide by it, so. Or your own interpretation of this, or my own interpretation of this.
And part of this, and I'll read this last paragraph so that some of you people are aware of that as well. And basically is kind of what's happening here today, because whereas in the event of a commissioner suspected violation of policy, the BOCC will seek to resolve the matter expeditiously. If a commissioner suspects a violation of board policy by another commissioner, he or she shall bring the matter to the attention of the individual and the BOCC. So, I think we addressed this to some degree the other day as well, and then with the resolution before us today, I would encourage all of us to make sure that we are working as a unit and not as an individual commissioner, because as an individual or a citizen, we're not a commission. We are not a board by ourselves. And so I would encourage that.
Okay, that's all I got.
Anything else from you, sir?
Not from me. You heard me.
Yeah. Thank you for your interpretation for us, sir. At this time, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session. Or I guess I would just make the motion. I would move that we go into executive session at this time for legal advice for 24-6-402 for N4 for NB regarding the settlement agreement with Jackie Hobby, as well as legal advice for 24-6-402 per N4 per NB CRS regarding threats against Commissioner Canada. So at this time, well, let's, do I have a second?
I'll second.
A motion on the floor to go into executive session for legal advice on two matters. For 24-6-402 per N4 per NB. Any further discussion here?
None from me.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi,
Aye.
you have a question.
So at this time, 11:52 a.m., I will recess the Board of Commissioners meeting and.
Questions first before you adjourn?
No.
No. You'll be able to come back in after the executive session because we have another item of business. And then if any comments you have available at public comment.
What time is that?
When we're done with the executive session.
And you don't have a clue when that would be?
No, I don't. You're welcome to stay here and come back in after the executive session, sir. All right. Okay, the time is now 12:45 PM. And the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were myself, Kevin Day, Commissioner Kanda, Commissioner Epp, Clerk of the Board Kelly Camper, County Attorney Dan Slater, and for the second half of that, also Sheriff Smith. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your comment, your concerns for the record now. Yeah, you have a statement for us?
I would certify that the executive session substantially concerned legal advice as indicated in the agenda.
Thank you, sir. So we have an additional item of business on the agenda now would be the consideration of a settlement agreement with Jackie Hobby. I would move that we approve and move forward with the settlement agreed upon at the mediation and as presented to us today.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to approve the settlement agreement with Jackie Hobby as presented to us today in the discussion.
Not for me, sir.
No, we learned a lot in what it is. When is that made public?
You're voting on it today, it's public today. Yeah, I mean, if there are
So
questions.
it's gonna be
If we approve
filed
it.
somewhere.
This memorandum of settlement agreement's an open record. So if anyone wanted it, they could have a copy.
That's something that we probably ought to make sure is available.
And the memorandum that we have today is not the final draft.
It's not the final draft of a settlement agreement. It kind of lays out basically, I mean, not in bullet format, but the bullet points of the settlement, yes.
Summary of it.
Yes, very understood.
And that's public too.
Yeah, the settlement agreement will be public as well, yes.
That's all I got.
All right. Don't know that they're, because no one here is privy to it until we approve it, but I would go ahead and ask if there's any public comment on this motion. Okay, that being the case, those in favor of approving the settlement agreement as presented to us today with Jackie Hobby, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion does carry. Any additional items of business, gentlemen?
None from me.
Dan, would you write a letter that we could pass to all staff to make sure that we
Yes.
adhere to what
Yes.
we're supposed to adhere to as part of that agreement,
Yes.
please? Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's a part of, we have to adhere to the agreement.
Yeah. So May 15th is our next meeting. That'll be at the Silver West Airport. That's the annual Silver West Airport
Board meeting.
promoted, I don't know, sanctioned, whatever. The 22nd is going to be, I've lost my little train of thought now. The budget review, workshop, and then the 28th, it'll be here at 8 o'clock and it'll only be to approve AP. And then Bill Kanda and Kevin Day and Mike Chester are gonna head off to the CCI conference, so. For 2 days, 3 days, whatever it is.
2.5.
So,
By the time I get there.
yeah, so I just wanted to let you guys know of what the meetings are coming forth, so that's all I got.
Good.
All right, no other additional items of business, public comment. Go ahead, James.
Okay, Lucas didn't mention it, but I'm one of the citizens who brought the agenda item earlier, and I was not asked to make any statement at that point, so I'll make it now. And this is it. Last month, the special meeting of the BOCC was announced by the Custer County official information page on Facebook. This meeting was called by Commissioner Kanda. The special meeting process was discussed in the scheduled BOCC meeting of May 1st. Despite community comments and legal comment, the meeting and the evening was held. It was touted as an information gathering event. Only one-sided biased positions were presented by experts. These experts were all advocates of unproven theories of election tampering via the optical scanning systems utilized by our county election process under the authority of our county clerk. The agenda included 3 items for consideration, one of which was future election infrastructure changes or enhancements. In light of previous BOCC items, March 31st, 2022 and April 5th, 2022, this would likely include a motion to move to a hand counting process. Fortunately, no items were considered at the special meeting. This meeting was unlawful, violating CRS 3010-303, wherein only the board can call a special meeting. Since only the board, at least 2 commissioners, can call a special meeting, and a meeting of 2 commissioners to take action defines a public meeting of the BOCC, one must be held to call a special meeting. One was not, violating the Open Meeting Acts. This process has been established by the BOCC itself, C-228, 2023 and 7-6, 2023. Therefore, I request the BOCC consider certain sanctions of Commissioner Kanda for wanton disregard of the board's own code of ethics in 3 specific areas, to wit, whereas the BOCC commits itself to ethical, businesslike, and lawful conduct, including proper use of authority when acting as the BOCC. Whereas each commissioner must have a loyalty to the entire ownership, unconflicted by loyalties to staff, other organizations, including interest or advocacy groups, citizens of the commissioner's district, membership on other BOCC boards and committees. And whereas commissioners shall not attempt to exercise individual authority over the board. Precedent for imposing sanctions on a board member by the board for questionable behavior has already been set, 12/21/2021. And then I'll end with a quote. In an unequal world, even those who would fight for justice might absorb the lesson that power accrues to those who appeal not to reason, but to its opposite. They too advance their own status, not by uniting, but by dividing and diverting others. It is hard to be reasonable in an unreasonable world. Unreason is always on the side of tyranny. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Bill, did you have your?
Yes, part of my formal university education includes 2 master's degrees. The second master degree was from Regis University, which is one of the Jesuit universities. And so there's lots of spiritual stuff going on, if you will. There was just sort of a vibe at Regis when I was there. Sort of I'll call it a murmur And it was, how ought we to live? So I pose that statement. How ought we to live? And I've had a lot of college teaching experience, so if you will allow me to be your professor for a few minutes, I will offer you a homework assignment. I direct this homework assignment to the 3 commissioners and their Bible passages. Leviticus 19:18, and I'll repeat them again. Mark 12:31 and Matthew 22:39. Leviticus 19:18, Mark 12:31, Matthew 22:39. The homework assignment is to read and reflect and to write a letter to the editor of both local papers. 4 weeks to complete this homework. So you can pick any of those passages, and I request as a citizen, I request as a voter, I request as a taxpayer that you accept this homework and write your letter of reflection to both of the newspapers. Do you accept this homework assignment?
Why not?
And I don't know if anybody's looked up those passages, but they're all relatively the same. So,
Take a look at them.
Present time, I'll respond to that. I will look these passages up and I will read them and I will reflect on them. I have refrained during my tenure of writing letters to the editor. I will consider that, but I am not going to sit here and tell you I will. And I'll be upfront and honest with you on that point.
accepted?
I find that an interesting assignment. And I'll get you an answer in a week. If I may get your phone number or your email
Well,
address.
I don't need an answer on, as a citizen, this is my request, and you accept or not.
Okay.
That's up to you.
All right.
But, yeah, the request is to get a letter to the editor of both. I can't call them newspapers, so I'll just call them papers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment too about the new business item that was on the agenda today. And make a couple observations. The state statute does outline what is required for open meetings. And so those do need to be followed. It would seem in this situation that regardless of whether a candidate initiated it or not, all 3 commissioners participated and would be held equally responsible for having that meeting if it were to go that way. If somebody wanted to press for any kind of sanctions or repercussions, it seems like it would go against all 3 commissioners because you all participated. The second thing is this resolution 2217. If it's non-enforceable, I understand why we want to kind of have guidelines for codes of conduct. But I also see how some of those guidelines for codes of conduct are then used for mudslinging events from side to side and it gets put in the newspapers and people get run down. And it's kind of like, if it's not enforceable by law, then why do we have it? Because it seems like it can almost do more damage than it can good if it's gonna be used against different commissioners. So if the 2217 is gonna be cited in 3 different areas and say that Canada didn't abide by it, but it's not enforceable by law, then it's just something that we're using to smear each side with. So why have it? I'd rather have less division and less things out there that people can create division than more things. I think state statute outlines a lot of the fiduciary responsibilities. There's 13 different sections on what's required of commissioners and behavior. It seems like that's adequate, but just some thoughts. I don't like seeing people run through the mud on either side, particularly about something that can't even be enforced by law.
Thank you. Okay.
So I'm Veronica Nicholson in Commissioner Day. I just want to let you know that I went next door to find the resolution number 22-17 that you stated was on a bulletin board. It was not. So I had to ask the ladies for help in looking for it, and we searched the building and did not find it posted anywhere. But they finally found it on the computer, and I paid 75 cents. They have it today, but it's not posted anywhere, sir.
I believe Commissioner Canada's the one that made that.
The last time I looked, it was, and I haven't looked.
So,
It was posted immediately.
if you'd like your 75 cents back, see me after the meeting and I'll give it to you.
I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to.
Thank you for
not
that.
post it.
So. Anyone else?
Sorry,
Sir,
looking for that. Was there, a purpose of, is there discussion, the executive session was the second part of the discussion with Commissioner Canada. I just didn't know if there was a opportunity for the result of that, or is that?
No decision was made in the executive session.
Okay.
So it can't be in an executive.
and we had nothing on the agenda following
Oh,
that
okay.
to take action,
I'm sorry.
so it's, until that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, that being the case, I will adjourn this meeting at 1:03 PM.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for participating. Little-